In the next 30 minutes, you'll hear these rare gems plus other super souvenirs from radio's world of commercials. See how many you can remember. I'll bet you'll be surprised and delighted. So stay tuned for a few golden words from our sponsors.
Alrighty. Hi guys. It's been
Hello.
a hot second.
Oh, I
Been
didn't
quite.
realize the background changes depending on where you're at.
I suppose so. Yeah, I didn't even notice that either. I was more concerned about it making noise. But yes, we are finally back in Ace Attorney after. I don't know. It was only a week and a half, but or no, 2 weeks. Wouldn't it have been?
2 weeks for Ace Attorney.
Yeah, for
Week
Ace
and a half
Attorney.
for the streaming.
Oh, okay. It was a lot longer than thought. Yes, thank you for the celebrate, Soph. I appreciate it.
I had to get the actual on-screen.
I know
shoulder.
you had to witness it concussion me in real time, not just hear me go, oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had to make sure that it actually works, you know. But yeah, we are back at Ace Attorney tonight. I'm very excited. We left off on a cliffhanger because this is the third stream now that we're on the same trial, and it's the first trial. No, we made it through the first trial. We're on the second trial. Hi, Quacky. Welcome in. Okay, let's get back. Start playing from the save data. Yes. I've forgotten what exactly we're doing, to be honest. We really save in a dialogue?
I feel like this happened before, where there was a to be continued, and then it knocked us back a few scenes.
Yes, I see. I see. How are you? How am I? I'm doing pretty good. I had work today, but the job's pretty chill, so I'm doing all right. Oh my gosh, last week, y'all. So I was on hiatus last week for work training. I'm not going to get into the weeds too much on this because it's just like I've literally told this story to like 5 people and it's just been like an hour of me ranting, so I'm not going to do that. But last week, just the TLDR was everything that could go wrong without being severe went wrong last week, and I'm so glad to be home because I had to drive like 3 hours away from my house to go to training and stayed in a hotel all week. But I'm so glad to be back. I'm home. I can stream.
My first time being in a call with you since a week and a half ago.
Honestly, it might. It might indeed. Ah, man. Okay, let's see if we can get caught up here. A little after 1 in the morning. This is somewhat familiar.
You ever pick up a book after a while, and you just read the last couple of pages that you read so you can kind of get back to where you were?
Yes. Yes.
It's kind of like that.
Yeah, it's all according to Keikaku. We're refreshing. We're refreshing our brains. It's been 2 weeks after all. Ah, this man. I don't know, okay, like, initially I have to rub my eyes at him, but in overall analysis, I don't know what to think of this man yet. I don't have a good grasp on what I'm supposed to expect from him. Who's a Donald Duck looking douche? Leave Hosonaga alone! He's undercover as Donald Duck, apparently.
All sailors are Donald Duck.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I got the dangling a toy. Mm-hmm. No, I'm sure there's going to be more that comes to light, right? But I still don't understand what could have done it to him. That cat couldn't have done that. There's no way that cat could have done that.
I mean, first of all, it's an Ace Attorney game, so there has to be a homicide.
Yeah.
Second of all, we haven't made it to trial yet, and most of the
I
stuff comes to
know.
light during that.
That is true. I'm just surprised at how long this like intro bit's taking. Who has 2 thumbs and loves hot springs? Everyone with 2 thumbs. I guess so. I don't know. I've never been to a hot
people
spring.
who don't like hot springs, to be honest.
I've never been to a hot spring, so I can't say whether I'd like it or not. I would love to go visit one, but I have not had the opportunity to visit one. I would like to go to like the ryokans in Japan with onsens and stuff. That sounds super cool. Especially if I have only my own private onsen. Oh right, he got beat up. I was like, oh my gosh, what happened to him? Now I'm literally looking at him. I'm like, yeah, he got beat up for us. Thanks, Hosonaga. Take him one for the team. Stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. Did the bell fall off the collar? I don't know. The ship flew and the king got under his feet. This feels somewhat new.
Yeah?
I'm gonna start from here. I'm gonna start from here because I don't... Did we really stop in the middle of a thought? I can't remember. It was so long ago.
Couldn't tell you. What became of the kitten afterwards?
In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator.
Yet Daga is nowhere to be seen.
Must have forgotten to lock my case. And now she's disappeared again.
Gracious. The cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself at least. Is the cat hanging off the wall by chance?
Oh my god, I totally forgot he was doing that. I knew some shit was gonna happen as soon as we panned over. Oh, I forgot about this man. Oh, Sholmes.
I feel like in this game, you have to assume that anytime you pan over, there is a like 75% chance that Sholmes will be there.
Yeah. Yep. Even if he's not in the story already, he will be there.
That'll be how he gets into the story.
Yeah, just like he inserts himself into the narrative by clinging to the wall like a cicada.
Yeah.
Hopefully he doesn't start screaming like one.
Well...
When I woke this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back.
Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? That's right. Where is it? The snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, but then was it, and where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board this ship?
I hate to break it to you, Ryunosuke, you're in an Ace Attorney game.
Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Hiroshiko. Hmm? What? What? Snake belongs to you. He escaped from cage when the emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I am the murderer. I did not expect to find him in here. Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? But... animals are not permitted on board. Ha! We are at sea for 1 year. You won't be so long without close friend, without someone who understands.
I understand, Stroganoff. I was away from my dog for a week. A year. Unbearable.
I don't think you can wear Tomo on your head very well, though.
I can wear him on my neck like a stole. He's long.
Would he cooperate with that?
He might. Depends.
Maybe you find someone a little more human who understands you better. My dear burly fellow. A gargantuan venomous snake? Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in? No venom. Hmm? Hiroshiko does not have venom. He is harmless, very long but very gentle. He's adorable, like Granny.
He's adorable like Granny.
You can just crush your skull, it's whatever.
Yeah, no biggie.
It's venomless. Yes, now he is hungry, so he's in bad mood. Once I feed him, you will see big smile.
I didn't see that comment at first, so I thought once I feed him you. I was like, oh, okay, okay, Stroganoff.
He's very, very hungry.
Yep.
And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Eh. Like they say, they milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Hiroshiko eats mouses. Big, fat, round mouses. Ah. Oh, so... Is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course! How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. Or one eye.
Well, there's 3 amongst them that can be seen.
Sure. It refuses to drink milk, it can't hear a whistle, it can't climb up a bell cord, and it's not even venomous. Deuce, did something so inept land a starring role? It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Proshko has nothing to do with the incident. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death.
We're all dotting. Miss Pavlova. I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But
What are you talking about, Miss Mikitoba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. Her cat is venomous.
oh no!
Just a series of unfortunate events.
Yes.
An accident.
Because a venomous cat would definitely cause a spinal cord injury.
It's a very specific kind of venom.
Okay. Severs the spinal cord venom. I gotcha.
Yeah.
I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it, because I heard it 2 weeks ago.
Yep.
I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues in this matter. Oh? I don't know why I said that as a question. I'm only present here for a very specific reason.
To hang off the wall like a cicada.
The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. Distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Ah, not again. When did he do that? Especially as they're on your wrists as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Yes. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo.
We've been trying to do that from the very beginning, Sholmes.
Yes, whatever that may be. I swear, this is a to be continued.
I honestly.
The key to this discrepancy is in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear.
Kazuma.
He's got a primo gem on his back.
He does! He does!
The truth about how you really died. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be.
The heavenly principles took you down. You were too strong with your powers
Now
at
I must
Animo.
kill them.
Huh?
Now I must kill them.
Now I must kill him, exactly. His wielding of the Animo element to make his little headband flow into non-existent wind was too powerful.
Ryunosuke is gonna be a 5-star in 7.0.
Yep. Oh my gosh. Is Ryunosuke like Kazuha? Or yeah, Kazuha? But Kazuma is like oh my gosh, Kazuma Ace Attorney is like Kazuha Genshin Impact. Kazuha's Genshin Impact's dead friend. More Genshin references. More Genshin references, obviously.
So they meet up and they just sort of... Whoa! Did we ever get Kazuha's dead friend's name?
We don't know his name. Phantom calls him Tomo.
Which just means friend, isn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe it's Ryunosuke.
Maybe it was Ryunosuke. Who
Something
knows?
Very adjacent to Ryunosuke.
And Ryuichi.
There you go. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo.
So then, shall I begin? What the fuck have we been doing?
I don't know.
Yes. What we should ponder first? Is the victim who lost his life in the cabin that was bolted shut from the inside? We never talked about that, did we?
No, but okay, you and I talked about this. The game didn't. They're like,
Right.
they kind of like alluded to it and they're like, oh my gosh, this happened. And then they moved on.
Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. But we've already... We've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident. A kitten that is fluent in writing Russian with a human hand.
Uh-huh.
Wait, just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right there in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. But really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. I will present the evidence.
And for me to unshackle you for our dance once more. Ah, indeed. We just have to show the evidence. Was that you, Tomo?
One meadows.
I know, it's hard for me. My chair squeaks now, and it kind of sounds at a similar pitch that his little lines are. Hold on, I think he went out. He's had his nap, and he's like, I'm ready to leave. You're not giving me any more french fries. Okay. evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. Oh. The writing?
That's my meaning.
Was it? Where's his postmortem? Cause of death was a cervical spine injury. It doesn't say immediate death, but one would assume a cervical spine injury would mean immediate death.
I don't remember if examining it would cause it to tell you it was immediate death or not, because I thought there's more details.
Instant death, there we go.
Because I remember making a joke about that last time, because we went into that with the second trial in the very first game.
Yeah.
We're like, nah, there's no time to write. And then Edgeworth was like, oh.
Gosh damn it! Okay. Yeah, instant death.
1905, Edgeworth is going to have an updated autopsy report.
I swear.
I would appreciate that on a deeper level, though.
And oh my gosh, I can't speak English apparently. you would appreciate it. Why? Because we have less scientific reports now?
It's a nod. It'd be a nod to the first game.
Oh, yeah. It would. I would laugh. If it happened twice, though, I would be mad.
Yeah. The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Isogi could have left this message on the floor. That's script, and it's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The words written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language, Japanese in this case.
But maybe he was studying Russian. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast.
That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry, what do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There's no way that Mr. Isogi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death. Instant death!
It just echoes for the next 10 minutes.
Means after the victim fell on the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything. Because he was already dead.
That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Isogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there. If what Miss Pavlova told us was true.
What? So, Sister San has noticed it too then?
Yup.
Putting the message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. In other words...
Oh no. A remnant? What would be... A remnant? That's a remnant, but... This is the only remnant I can think of. No accident, but this makes it look like an accident. He scraped his shoe as he was tripping.
We talked about that before.
Yeah, like... I don't know.
That's suspicious with the book, but I don't know if that's what they're looking for.
The ship's log?
Yeah.
Yeah. Remnant. You know, he didn't have any blunt force trauma. He had a cervical spine injury. No blunt force trauma, though.
Yeah?
Hmm.
Which to me indicates crushing.
Yeah. Using his own weight to, like, slam him into the floor or something.
Or a snake.
True. Yeah. One would think, though, wouldn't he have, like, bruises around his neck from asphyxiation, though?
That's true. Strangulation does have
Yeah.
bruising. I don't know.
Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. In other words, I don't know, Junosuke. Help me. It's been 2 weeks. It's been a long 2 weeks, Junosuke.
You could take a shot and hope for the best.
I
You do
could.
have a couple of chances at
Yeah,
it.
it's only one. I'm gonna say either mark on the floor or ship's log. There's only 2 things that... This is a remnant.
The ship's log feels like a stretch in this case.
This is a remnant.
This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. That's the glass belt the kitten had around its neck. What do you know about all that? It was broken in half and the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where is the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there's a very big flaw. Fatal flaw. What? That's really what happened.
Oh!
One half the bell ended up back here in this cabin.
That's true.
Ah,
Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in the waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh, no.
both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. Hey, Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin.
Somebody was there.
There's someone else in the room. That same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth. In order to cover up his or her own guilt.
Yeah. Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asogi's. Who is
We're
that?
wasting time.
Sholmes? Oh no.
I think he shouted in Russian, but it threw me off, so I wasn't
Well,
sure.
he said mata, so he said
Oh.
wait in Japanese.
But it was like... I could have almost sworn that he said it with like a Russian accent.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
someone else was there? Ah, of course. We know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yes. And the only other person in the cabin when Young-sun died was you. It's true, I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shot inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I would have left that message. I would have. There's no way you could have left the message. Be precise about the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor. An attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then, the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen on the floor. For fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Silky really died. But for some reason, I only picked up half of it.
Yeah. Logic.
Yep. But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away?
I don't know, Hosonaga. Why do you think?
They picked half the bell behind, I was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, just past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. A single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would barely have cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder then that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. There aren't windows, so the time of day doesn't really matter.
You all suspect me, don't you?
It's a seaman Stroganoff. Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on this ship. A member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. Ah, so that's it. You say that when young Stoon died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth.
I'm not the tooth fairy, I don't want the tooth.
Well, this is almost interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? Huh. You're a great detective, you should know. Look through them eyes. Cabin bulkhead is bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Yet. It's impossible. Ah, he's right. Come on, Reno's gay.
Oh, wait! I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around door latches so they can open and close them from the outside.
Red? Are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel, no, not a gap in sight. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used.
No, of course not. I thought so too.
I was testing you.
Yeah, you almost fell for my tricks. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so...
San, how could you shift it on me like that?
I'm a child.
So, Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside? That way does spring to mind, yes.
Do you really know what Mr. Shums means, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin door bolt across from the outside.
I wonder.
What?
I think so, yeah. That's my guess,
The
at least.
Superman?
Yeah, the Superman.
Look at the bookcase there. See all the books and things on it have toppled over? You know, so many things.
That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before.
Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all.
Apparently can stop on a dime.
Air brakes on ships built in 1905
Yeah.
or sooner.
Yeah.
When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over.
I believe. Yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia, acting on the objects.
Is there nothing Sister-san doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book, at least? Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. On the cabin door.
Ah!
It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before, and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello? Is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like...
Inspector Hosonaga. Oh, yes! That's it! When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door.
Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Asogi was killed? I feel like the inertia thing makes more sense in Japanese.
Well, it perhaps could make something more sense in Japanese, but I like that they've decided they took inertia and they're like, what word sounds like inertia? Inept.
Yeah. Yes, this Buria made another emergency stop. When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments.
Including the Surfer Man.
Which is standard in every cabin.
Every cabin has a Surfer Man.
It's almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over.
Like a cat.
Yeah.
Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I?
Then, when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Sogi's cabin.
Oh my!
Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You say Burya made the emergency stop? It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened?
We were drugged! I remembered something about that.
We never actually established that. We just know
No.
that everybody we know feels really fuzzy this morning.
Yeah.
Let's just say that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it is simple enough. Hmm? Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Use to trigger the emergency alarm.
Oh, yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there? Telling you only to press the button in times of emergency.
On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. Sort of button, one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity.
You press it.
But the same button also shows that Miss Pavlova could not have done it. Unless there was somebody else that was working with her.
Yeah.
Wait, it was you? Button is pressed. Two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today.
Why are we all shocked at this? We witnessed this happen.
I think they're more shocked that the implication here is that Sholmes hit the button one of these times.
Yeah. Mr. Sholmes. Surely it wasn't you who...
As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. You know, standard catchphrase.
Yeah.
To be pressed, whatever the occasion. He sounds almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with ship? I report you to Captain. You're in much trouble now. No, I'm sure that all of it can wait until later. He had to do it to prove a point.
Oh, he was the one... Okay, he was the one that pressed it today.
Yes.
I would say,
I think that's
I'm like, how did he press it last night? Like, I was like, how did he do it last night, my lord? Like, I thought he was supposed to be conked out like everyone else.
Yeah. And with Miss Pavlova, either somebody had to be in her room to reopen it, or she couldn't have done it.
Yeah.
Because otherwise she wouldn't be able to get back in her room.
Yeah.
Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learnt a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. Seems like a severe design flaw.
Yeah.
So, what we must now consider.
Yes. It all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Usulgi, did this ship make an emergency stop? Or did it not?
You're idiots. Beria is a huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop, even in the middle of night, there would be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo?
I don't know, it's pretty fuzzy right now.
Lots of drugs in all of the chicken. Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea.
Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo?
Certainly. Fascinating. Do show us, my good man.
I got you this time.
What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency ripped this vessel last night? Seaman Stroganoff. Can't wait for you to be gone.
Yep.
It's your duty to patrol the first class area of the ship, isn't that right? That is correct. Why? And the ship's log here. This will be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine! Ah, you rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau. Bureau? In the passageway out there.
I think it's probably the bureau. It's like... It's spelled the same way as, like... Bureau of this and that, like, government stuff.
Right. I just never saw it used as a piece of furnishing.
I think I've heard it as a piece of furnishing, so it makes a little sense, I guess, to me. I don't personally use that word.
Yeah.
I've never used this word in my life, and I had to think about it for a second, but I learned the word, I guess we have a credenza at work. And I was like, a credenza? What's a credenza? And it's just a little...
I've heard it, but I could not tell you anything about it.
It's just a little, like, side table type thing that had two little filing drawers in it.
Huh. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later. I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always. The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you write that phrase "nothing to report" every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing's recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log. That is... because nothing happened.
Bullshit.
If nothing happened, you would normally write "nothing to report," wouldn't you? Gulp.
And gulps in Russian.
Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Luria. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log info. When does this man sleep?
I don't know.
Like on a normal day.
He's running off of overlapping 5-hour energies.
That's how this works, yeah.
Yeah. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night?
Stop talking rubbish. I'm perfectly honest. I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh? Why? Well, because of something as major as an emergency stop really have happened. Surely all of us would have noticed.
That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anyone would sleep through that, even if it had happened in the dead of night.
Well, no. That's a good point. What of the throbbing?
Oh no. Oh no. Before we deal with the Sholmes and his throbbing, let's do our ad break. Let's do our ad break to keep pre-roll ads off, so hang tight just a little while, guys. We will be right back with hopefully not more throbbing.
Oh, we have to talk about the throbbing.
Oh no. Okay, we're back. And unfortunately, we still
Gotta
have.
find out about.
I know. I
Shelm's
know.
throbbing.
I was about to say. Unfortunately, we have to ask Sholmes about his throbbing. Sholmes.
Sorry? What do you mean?
Well, Snugga also perturbed.
Your head, man. Sir. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all
Oh.
suffered with it.
Oh my god. Scandalous, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm such a child. Oh yes, I have a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today.
Hi guys! Welcome in! Thanks for the raid, Necro. You've come at a great time. You come at a great time. We're talking about throbbing.
Asanaga's throbbing head.
Throbbing and Sholmes apparently too. Like holy shit. We're playing Elden Ring. I hope you had a good time playing Elden Ring. I don't know too much
it's
about
okay.
Elden Ring.
Because Hasanaga hasn't been feeling himself, so
Yes. Yes.
someone else had to do it for him.
Yes. And oh my god.
Elden Ring is kind of like Dark Souls and Demon Souls. If
Okay.
you're loosely familiar with those at all.
I know they are haha dark video games of like
Conceptually aware of them, I guess.
I know, conceptually know about them, and I know that apparently that like I think Dark Souls is like a basis for like a offshoot genre like called Souls-like or something like that. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. My controller was wigging out, but other than that I sucked about the same. Oh, that's a mood. That's a mood. Some things I'm just like, nah, man. No matter, I'm like, yeah, it was the lag, definitely. It was the lag, the controller input definitely fucked me over.
The games are designed to kill you, to be fair.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you guys had fun. But yeah, so welcome in everybody. Hello, I'll introduce myself real quick for y'all. In case you guys don't know me, my name is Michio. You guys can call me Michi though. I'm a digital artist, meaning I'm here to make shining memories with you all. And tonight, Soph and I are doing that in Ace Attorney. And apparently about throbbing. I don't know if that's one of our shiniest memories though, but I hope you guys will, if you guys just stick around and stuff, we're going through this and we voice act the characters and have a chill time, just murder mysterying.
Mistering?
What?
Mistering? Mysterying?
Mysterying. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
What it is you're trying to say?
Murder mysterying. I'm sorry. I can pronounce all my syllables for you. I'm Southern. I cut them off sometimes.
Gotcha.
Murder mysterying. What would that even entail? It's a man killer. Murder mysterying.
I mean, thus far.
That's true. Poor Kazuma. Poor Kazuma. Nor have I. Susanoo, no. Susanoo, no. My head has been feeling very heavy ever since dawn.
Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right. My head's been throbbing today too. Since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. Can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. I just remember there being a goat man.
A goat man? Oh, yes. I was like, wait, where are you going? I'm like, no, this is my joke from the last, 2 weeks ago.
Yep. First thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe. I had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all this was happening to me?
You were drugged.
Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo. You boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes. Sorry. A stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. You survive on... rats.
That's why the snake was so hungry.
Food.
You see, I'm well acquainted with that mousetrap just outside, sir.
It scurried out and stole cheese off of it.
Yeah. I've become very adept at not triggering it by getting the cheese.
I had to pretend to be confused by it when we found it earlier. So
Yeah,
that
yeah.
no one caught on.
Yeah, no one can know my secret.
Ah, well, Cosmo looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact, I had all of that. Cosmo wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right. You didn't touch it. Is that relevant? I'm envisioning Cosmo taking one like those hamster water bottles and just attaching it to the side of the wardrobe.
He just cracks it open a little bit and strings it up on the side. He uses like his what's the word? I think he's got like this oh my gosh, what's the word? He's got like this sash that holds up his katana whenever he wears it. Just binds that to the wardrobe and holds up the little hamster water ball. It's like, okay, Ryunosuke, I'm leaving for the afternoon. Take care in there.
My dear fellow, does that not strike you?
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken?
It was raw!
Yes.
I do. No. Really? Is that really true?
We all got...
That's the most absurd thing in this
Yeah.
entire scenario?
Yeah, well, you know, his priorities could potentially be skewed after seeing Sholmes in random locations appearing, especially on the wall that last time. He's like, you know, this is normal. This is normal now.
I feel like every time we see him, he's like hunched over something in a way that he shouldn't be.
Yeah, because he's being a fucking gremlin, like...
When we met him, like, his feet were up on the wall and his elbows were on the desk because he was looking over it.
Yes! This man's a weird-ass gremlin.
Yeah. Which explains why Arya likes him so much.
That wouldn't explain a lot. And why I'm adverse to him.
I don't know that could be true because you hang out with two gremlins.
I don't usually see you guys climbing on the walls though, so...
True. Just want to play Genshin together.
Yeah, which, like, I do that too, like... within the first...
Everyone's a gremlin in Genshin.
Within
Gremlin impact.
Okay, well, not just climbing the walls, but like within the first few months of me playing, I was playing co-op with friends, and we were literally all changed the Kaya and climbed on the walls of Dawn Winery to peer through the windows. Like,
The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of soporific, designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. A sleeping drug. Do you mean... Whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop?
Mr. Naruhodo! Of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea.
That's exactly what I mean!
Yep.
Precisely. Placing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator.
Mr. Sholmes!
Well, seaman? Eh. I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, then there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would be hauled over the coals. For aiding and abetting a renegade.
Please. No more. I will tell everything.
Eh?
I cannot make problems like this. For everyone anymore.
These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe.
Yes. So, when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me.
We all agreed to help. Everyone together. She threw away everything. Her fame in the ballet. Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You're right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing a lump of something strange and bitter at one point.
Oh my gosh, Ritosuke. Oh my gosh.
Duh, we cannot make all drug, how do you say, dissolve. Talk about heavy seasoning. You're supposed to be observant, at least.
He's Phoenix's ancestor.
True. I was just so hungry.
You know, one, he's Phoenix's ancestor. Two, Kazuma could have been a little bit of a simp, just saying.
Yeah. At midnight in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by a comrade on shore with a small fishing boat. While the passengers of the SS Buria slept soundly, thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained. Need me some of that chicken. So if that's what happened...
I don't want a throbbing head, thank you very much.
Fair enough. Hey, people awake on the ship last night. With the crew, people who dislike chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Cosmo's cabin door. But how does that make sense?
I know, I'm trying to think how that makes sense either, because theoretically, right, the story that we're hearing now is that the emergency stop was to stop to bring her aboard. But wait, then how would she got in her room then, if... Huh.
Yeah.
Huh.
Unless somebody's staying here.
Yeah. I don't
or
know.
they have a different way to open the doors.
Oh.
How does that make sense?
Sorry.
Truly every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Ah, of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins. Inspector, you're a little slow on the uptake, aren't you? After which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drink. Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night.
Yes.
The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway. And so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find it locked at the moment. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, Culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning.
I don't know why this is shocking. This is something that we've kind of been dancing around for a while now.
Yeah. You've talked a long time and said many things,
Indeed.
but also nothing.
It's all hot air.
But he's point. The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragment of glass that would have revealed the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. Also, somebody who had to know that Ryunosuke was there.
Yeah. But I don't know about any of this. I'm just a little girl.
You like to speak with your long English words and explain their clever ideas. But I am Sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait.
That said a launderable trait.
When I hang you out to dry. What? I do not know that word either. I'm quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Just Naruto. Oh, yes? Do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt on the wind?
I know this is French. I saw do you hear it? I thought, do you hear the people sing the song of angry men? That was the first thing that came to mind. Thanks for the honk, Necro.
That reminds me, I had forgotten something.
You've forgotten something? Oh, yeah, yes. Indeed. Indeed, we had come.
I was too worried about Sholmes' throbbing head.
Oh my gosh, just fucking throbbing head. The cliffhanger of a first ad break. Sholmes' throbbing head. Yep. Oh my gosh. What accusatory cry of guilt?
So, sorry, you lost me.
Just now?
Proof of involvement, man! But you can't hear such a call with your ear. No, you must hear it with your eyes!
I fucking knew he was going to say that. I was going to say something along the lines of, like, hear with your eyes. Oh, no, he wouldn't say. No, of course he would fucking say that.
This man?
Yes.
Of course he would.
Never underestimate this man.
Observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about?
It's okay, Stroganoff. Don't worry about it.
I believe the time has come. So have I. For what
Oh my
for the
god!
logic and reasoning spectacular.
Oh my lord! Oh my god, you slipped that in so casually too!
That's actually a holdover from a Final Fantasy XIV fight.
Oh my
Not
gosh!
an actual line that happens, but there's a fight that starts with, "The time has come!" And someone inevitably in voice chat goes, "And so have I."
Yeah, mm-hmm. Ah. I don't even remember if you read this. I'm sorry.
You probably didn't hear it.
I
For one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth.
I had to like record scratch for a minute and pause time and think, be like, wait, did I just hear what I thought I just heard? Oh, yup, no, I did. Ah, time for us to tango.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistant, if you please.
If you'll take off these shackles, Mr. Sholmes.
No, he needed those for something else.
Oh god.
With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said. These two prevaricators. I've been doing good for a while, and then he's like, here's a word you've never seen before.
Prevaricator? Prevaricator. I don't even know what that word is. Prevaricator.
A person who speaks falsely.
Okay. Pulling out the $5 words here.
He's using something really long to say liars.
Yeah, because he's Sholmes. He's
Yep.
full of hot air. That's all he is.
And he likes things that are really long.
Apparently
Observation.
throbbing too. If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two were there when it happened.
Precisely. You're delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, we'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Cosmo died.
Oh dear. Well,
Well,
oh my
I
gosh.
have to look at Beef's butt.
Oh my god. I hate these. It's inverted controls too, so I'm no, just hit it. Just hit it. I'll let to bite this be. Oh dear.
Seaman Stroganoff! You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Eh? Ah yes, I don't know where the dirt comes from. So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain?
You wanna lick it, Sholmes?
I didn't know where to go with that. What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of this stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. Very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform.
And I think what made it is clear.
Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright then, the evidence that proves what that stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform really is.
look at this graph.
Yes, it's this photograph and the ink it shows. That's what causes stain on your uniform. Ink? Another unusual color of ink. Purple. Ag. Ah, the penny drops, at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body is written in purple ink. The stain on the back of your uniform is ink of the exact same color. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means... you must have been present in the cabin, in the moment immediately after the ink was spilt.
What were you doing in there?
Alright, yes. It was me, I did it. Everything.
I don't believe it when you say it like that.
I arranged everything in the student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed button to make Burger do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel.
If, please. I've just realized his little, like, kerchief thing looks like a fish in the front.
Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. I think I noticed that like right away. I just never pointed it out.
I was not paying attention too much.
It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet.
Miss, please, you must help me.
I went with her. The door to cabin number was 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor.
Dead like door now.
What? What happened here?
Please, don't tell anyone. My little one. My little furry friend.
Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. Ken escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asogi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor. Yes, that is right. After the incident, when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers. Only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard the sound of something falling on the floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked. So she opened to look and you already know what happened after.
There's just one thing. If you wouldn't mind.
What?
When you went to Mr. Osogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why?
I already told you. When Nina opened the door to Stun's cabin and looked...
I was asking Miss Pavlova.
Well, Miss Pavlova?
Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand. And I believe you.
Is that finally it now?
Another can of worms is gonna open. Just you wait, Ryunosuke.
Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last?
Like, for realsies this time?
Ah, something nearly slipped my mind.
I was waiting for this to happen. Thanks, thanks for remembering, Sholmes.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes?
Oh, I just thought it was an itty-bitty thing at the time, you know, I totally forgot about it. It reveals giant plot point. Are you kidding me, Sholmes?
This photograph. Yes, I took it myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, the kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if these are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph. It seems to be somewhat unnatural. What do you mean, unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo?
Are we walking in circles again? Are we talking about the writing on the floor?
Hmm? Oh, well... Kazuma tripped and fell, and then by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck. Which part of this photograph, like print, seems unnatural?
Literally the thing that we just talked about.
This word in Russian clearly wasn't written by Kazuma. So if you're looking for something unnatural, that's the obvious point. Very true. It is certainly peculiar. But it's not what I meant by unnatural, I'm afraid.
Oh, thank goodness. I was hoping we weren't going to walk in circles.
That particularly crass detail was orchestrated by the culprit. Trying to identify another point.
Oh, I see.
Imagine, if you will, losing your footing yourself. In my opinion, you landed as the victim appears to have done here would be most unnatural. I'm sure you'll reach the same conclusion.
How thoughtful you are, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you for your gentle guidance. Broke his neck. Part of this is not natural. Oh. His, if I were falling, I would catch myself. I wouldn't have a fist. That's my thoughts.
Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then this fist just doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say. As though he were gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of pilfering the dead.
Yep.
Of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago.
Yep.
You did?
A great detective never leaves a stone unturned or a fist unclenched.
And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow?
Note in his palm? Mr. Sholmes, Show us, please.
Why, of course, my dear madam. Don't I keep you in suspense? Why would I, Sherlock Sholmes, keep any of you in suspense?
Yeah, why? Why would you? What is that?
That's what I found. Looks like an earring.
Maybe? No, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle? That's a crime, Shums. Do you think he cares? This man's so, like... I don't know, he's too good with his sleight of hand, I'm sure, even despite being however tall he is. He could easily get away, I'm sure.
You can actually slip through the vent.
Yep.
He's secretly an octopus.
He's also a stowaway on the ship. He just climbed out from the ocean, though, versus boarding. That's why he was able to cling to the wall earlier so well.
I'm so dad the deadliest.
I don't know, maybe.
I have that game, but I've never played it.
I've only watched playthroughs of that game. I don't know. Maybe some people might consider him daddy material. I don't consider any characters daddy, so that's up to the jury's still out on that one.
We're talking about Octodad or Sholmes?
Sholmes.
Sholmes doesn't have a fatherly vibe to him, is the thing.
Okay, there are characters that don't have fatherly vibes to them that people still go, daddy.
Well, people are allowed to be wrong.
Yes, I agree. Again, as I said, I will never call any character daddy, so I would disagree with everybody that calls any character daddy.
I had a dumb, semi-related thought when I was playing through Genshin the other day.
Oh no.
There's a character, commonly referred to as father, and they have to refer to them as father, so that nobody calls them mommy.
Yeah. 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 I say no. And so you do that, the fandom's gonna call her mommy and daddy.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, that's just how it is.
That's why I don't interact with fandoms.
Ah.
Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? Tells us nothing.
Oh, shut up.
I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks... It looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before.
I don't know, that was 2 or 3 weeks ago, so did I? Who can say? Oh my gosh, it's beef stroganoffs.
Observation. Mr. Naruhodo, that is the key. What? Eat everything, you idiot. The truth is now tantalizingly close. This time for realsies.
You can almost taste it, like the shoe polish.
How did that crescent moon come to be in Cosmo's clenched fist? Is the final clue. Last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe. Find the answer with your own eyes.
Let's look at your ears now, Mr. Stroganoff. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I hate these inverted controls so much. Oh no. It just has like a little...
I feel like the earring that matches would be the one to click on.
I know, I would think so too, but...
You have to get back to it.
Oh my gosh, not only do I have to get back to it, but I'm stuck trying to riddle out Ace Attorney logic. Do they want me to point to this earring because it's like, oh look, there's a matching one? Or do they want me to point to this one and be like, oh look, there's one missing? Did he like rip it out when he fell? That's the assumption at least. Because he had it clutched in his fist.
If it's attached to... a different part. Maybe?
Yeah. Also, no way in hell, if he ripped that piece off her earring, would her ear, one, look like this, two, the earring still be in her ear. Just saying. If he was,
Well, I think it's attached to the band and it snapped off.
yes, I know. I'm just saying though, if he was able to snap that off, her ear would not be in that good condition and or have the earring still in it.
Yeah.
Well, let's go with this one just because it's there.
Miss Pavlova, on your ear there. See you have a crescent moon as well.
That looks shockingly similar.
Ah,
Oh, Hosonaga.
what? And on your other ear?
It's mangled to all hell.
There seems to be a crescent moon missing. The link holding it on must have broken, I suppose. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. It's like someone fell and ripped it out. Oh, wait a minute.
Whoa! Whoa, don't spoil the ending for us, Necro.
Sholmes has to take another 10 minutes to get around to that.
Yeah, he's gotta waste some more hot air to be able to get around to figuring that out and telling us about it.
Clearly, there is only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
What's your conclusion? And I'll hear it out before I agree.
Yes. That you are from Afghanistan.
Obviously. Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you were playing Ace Attorney before.
Yeah, don't spoil us, Necro. My God. You are resident Ace Attorney expert here. Don't spoil it.
Miss Pavlova. Mr. Sogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor.
You witnessed him die.
In other words, I can't think of another explanation to it, but... Last night in Mr. Sogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Sogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments?
Oh no.
Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? She's dead.
Yes. I sound like a threat? Maybe it was.
When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Never mind, this is Pavlova. I
Oh,
think this is Pavlova.
yeah. Running away. The fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in this cabin, I could relax after this horrible, long day. Darga, wait! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with the whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy. But nothing worked. Dark would not come back. dog.
What are you doing here this time of night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine.
The young man from your country. He was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again and I was going to leave the man's cabin...
Just a moment. Sorry, but...
Oh? Yes?
I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Ah, of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina.
Huh? No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina? He's well read.
Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure that your ballet company is performing in Shanghai at the moment.
I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice.
I see. So you've run away.
Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone.
Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here.
Goes over to the wardrobe. Knock, knock. Hey! Spirit of the wardrobe. Give us... It's like Senpai in the pool. Give us your wisdom.
Ah, Naruhodo!
Ah, naruhodo! He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? And it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but felt like forever. Wait! I shouted. And then Darka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And as he turned around to look at me, I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me.
And that's when you went to fetch help? From Seaman Stroganoff, who was on duty out in the passageway? I don't mean to cry out, and thud on floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at the cabin door, shaking like leaf. She looked at me and said,
Help me, Beef.
"Help me, Beef."
Okay.
I don't know.
I wasn't sure if you like I should do it to be like, ah yes, the memory, or if we're gonna be Biff pretending to be Pavlova.
Give me beef.
Are you going to continue or shall I?
Go for it.
If they find out, they'll be... Please, I have nowhere to go.
So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Cosmo's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes. I went into the cabin and I looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nino was there. And then I found Stowaway in wardrobe, still sleeping. Right. That's when he found me.
So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the stowaway.
I closed the wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Sister-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged the young man's body to a good place and used ink the spilling to write on floor. I wrote wardrobe, so that person who found him will look inside wardrobe and find Stowaway. And tell me, what did the glass bell?
It was by my feet, so I picked it up.
I see.
But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half.
You should have just sort of been able to figure out that there was another half.
Yeah.
An angel went back to her cabin and I finished job. I pressed the emergency alarm button. Oh, I pressed the emergency alarm button in the passageway.
Oh my gosh, you do know Russian.
Yes. Accordingly, the SS Buria did indeed come to an emergency halt at a little after 2 a.m. Thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova.
What?
Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right?
Yes.
But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem?
It was what he said first that made me scared.
What he said first? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector?
Ah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine.
He said Inspector. Who was his friend?
Ah, yes, meaning me. Who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard?
I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, I... May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? Before I move on, we must take our ad break, so if you will hold that thought for just a second, Miss Pavlova. We will be right back after we roll these ads to keep pre-roll ads off for the stream, so hang tight. Okay. Let's get back into this here. We're timing out on the screen here. It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Sogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
I don't know, I was sleeping. Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but... He's a man of his word. Not that you knew that after talking to him for 2 whole minutes.
Yeah.
But if he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done.
No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. I think he was going to the closet, actually.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, today's work is not yet done, it seems. There's one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Yes. What action was the victim really about to take at that moment?
I wonder!
Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? Does it matter?
I don't know.
First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy. Remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin has been my home for this entire voyage.
This is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama?
Yes, exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo?
We're gonna time you. Answer quickly now.
Yes. There's one thing I've learned today. It's that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths.
My lord.
Not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So, when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at?
His eyes are only on you.
That doesn't change whether or not he was murdered, though.
I know, but I'm not sure why we're going through this. Like, it's just another implication towards Kazuma being always like, ah, Ryunosuke.
Considering everything that happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however... What is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe.
I just put a bite of food in my mouth, gosh damn it.
Naturally.
Naturally. This is how it always happens. The wardrobe?
And, more importantly, inside the wardrobe. A man's great friend, sleeping soundly.
Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Osogi's exact words last night?
Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here.
Another opinion.
Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Sogi intended to consult his close friend with the matter. See if, between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt.
Oh no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Osogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had.
Only we knew a spirit medium. Miss Pavlova. I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But, unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did. And that will never change.
Introduce a ballerina, I get all excited, and they make her a murderer.
I hope you'll never forget that. Unless there's still more to this.
Uh-huh. I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. What have I done?
And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Buria finally laid to rest.
Psych!
I was waiting for an objection.
Yeah. 9th January, 7:14 p.m. SS Buria, first class cabin passageway.
What will happen to Miss Pavlova now, then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that?
He's a man of mystery.
I mean, he works closely with Scotland Yard, to be fair.
That is true.
So she won't be going back to Russia, then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she'd be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganoff? I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you, about how you lost a good friend. I will go with you. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you? In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazma's death. Feels like such a waste. Well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Da. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me. I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes.
What if Sholm just like, hey. So, in the 5 minutes I've been gone, I got you, bro.
I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect anything different. I expect Sholmes to just like drop down with his ankles wrapped around the rafters, grab Ryunosuke and drag him up into the ceiling.
Yep.
So, you should go back to your cabin now. You should pack, your best friend's things.
Yep. Time for you to carry a katana.
Looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun, then. Only days ago, Kazuma and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London. It seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping?
Oh.
Susuta-san?
Naruhodo-san! I didn't know you would return.
Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hasanaga just told me I should pack. Ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. I am.
I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over. Just like that.
Susuta-san.
He had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away. Just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. That it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much.
Yes, I know. I wish there was something I could say.
Inspector.
My duty was to see Isogi-san safely to Great Britain. But I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I failed by being drugged by chicken. I have let everyone down. I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder.
Bring him back from the dead. Become a necromancer.
Nobody blames you, Inspector. You're
Shackles.
skittering in the corner. Huh?
There's a pest. We need to call an exterminator. Oh my word.
I'm envisioning him clinging to the ceiling like a beetle in Sasito. He's just hitting him with a broom. Surprised, Mr. Naruhodo? What is the meaning of this? Oh, trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles.
Oh my lord.
Not them. The balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Like me. Sorry?
Same?
So I decided to restore them for old time's sake, shall we say. You're a stowaway, after all. He thinks this is funny?
Mr. Sholmes. We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer you my sincere condolences?
As I jump in, shackle your friend again, and start laughing at him.
The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. That they will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking in the next port, in Hong Kong. We shall return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. I've already sent it! What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Ha ha! Was to be? In the light of Mr. Sogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. No. I don't care for me, but... What's Suzuta-san? My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know.
Just ignore them.
There's one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely.
There's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer.
Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country would be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid.
Oh, but...
But anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer.
Yes.
I, Herlock Sholmes, will be that lawyer.
No!
Mr. Sato?
Yes?
Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? Ryunosuke asks tapping his index fingers together pensively.
Yusuto-san, you know, if it's not a bother, maybe I could be your lawyer?
But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo.
I defended myself last time. I did just fine.
Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, it's art. No, I'm not, but...
I could.
I'm sorry, in that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, it's a month before we reach England shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a great lawyer in Great Britain. I added too many grades.
The great ace attorney.
Yeah.
Mr. Naruhodo.
That's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out.
Flying by the seat of my pants.
I order my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if, by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position?
For Kazuma!
For Kazuma.
Wow.
So that was something he had to do in Great Britain. And that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I'll become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato?
I think it's a wonderful idea.
I think anytime I have to call her Miss Susato, it throws me off because of just all the S's that jam together.
I know.
Susato-san is so
It's
much
hard.
easier.
Yeah, Susato-san has, like... I think it's because you go from Miss to Miss Susu, you know? Versus Susuto-san.
Because you get Miss Sato.
Yeah. It's all compiled.
Thank you. Oh, the bespectacled Inspector friend say. Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No. It's madness. Think about who you're talking to, Inspector.
Yeah.
Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating? Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all... Give us interest, give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. Matters is his character. No? And I've also already filled out the paperwork. You've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. Except for that part when you were getting beat up.
Yep.
In the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector. After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? So that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here.
Oh, thank you, Inspector.
If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next, and how best to make my report.
Hey, he's healed from his black eye.
Yeah?
Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer?
No. I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all.
Thank you.
And Mr. Naruhodo. I'd like you to take charge of this.
Me? Are you sure?
I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Please, take this Tachi. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword. Oh my god. It's a great sword. It's been in the Asogi clan for generations.
Isn't that Von Karma, but pronounced like how they do it, pronounced in Japanese?
Yes.
Von Karuma?
Yeah. Karuma-san is what they say in Japanese.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Very well, I accept. Treasured always. Hey, Nosuke, are you going to get a German girlfriend?
Oh my god.
So then, Miss Tsushito. Seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet.
I'll be in your care. It'll be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo.
Even though we started out this day by you thinking that I murdered a man.
Yes. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study.
Yes, that's exactly what I need. Also, there's fuck else to do on this ship.
Yep. But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you too.
Goodness. What is it?
Please throw me to the ground. 3 times!
Nope. What?
I should never have doubted you. You were Karuma-sama's... Karuma... Damn it! Gosh, damn it! You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior.
No. No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away and the cabin.
No! I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. And not just once, but 5 times!
That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it?
Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me! Do it! Don't even think about it!
No. I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Otherwise, Mr. Naruhodo, it isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes.
I however yeet people on the daily. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confessed I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presume that'd be a form of Japanese wrestling.
Yes, Aikido. Oh, well, anyway, it's not my wrestling. It's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujutsu technique. Hi, Ultimo. Thanks for the celebrate. Sorry.
Believe me.
Was it Suzuto's takedown or was it the chicken? Maybe both. Michi's back. Michi is back. I am officially back. And I'm happy to be back.
How beguiling. I'm a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I'm a somewhat accomplished boxer. Discombobulated.
I know, I was just... I was just thinking that... Oh my god.
goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your resting throw.
Yes, I'd be honored.
Let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam.
Hiya! Oh, of course.
Is she gonna throw you?
Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry?
Hiya! As you can see, you throw from the abdomen.
Oh, yes. Resting indeed. And that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it?
Actually, no. That was a Susato squash.
This is a Susato takedown.
Poor Ryunosuke.
Nagaragi state of consciousness. A scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind.
Did he also toss you around? I don't know if we should be talking about this, Ryunosuke.
Was with your throbbing head.
Oh, oh.
Oh! Karuma. That's right. Prize sword. It's a prize sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. I believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you.
Permission?
You got permission. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his sword, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana.
Go away.
It's like, why do you have evidence?
I don't know. I don't know. I hit the button on accident. It wouldn't be an Ace Attorney stream without me hitting the court record button on accident at least once.
Didn't you always hit the log button on accident during
Cafe on Shante, yep. Yep.
Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So Snake compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would be much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. And I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. The two of us, together.
Yes.
All the way to Great Britain.
Yep.
I knew you wouldn't let me down. The important thing you had to do. I still don't know what that was. But I'm going to see that place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. Where Professor Layton lives.
Where Professor Layton lives, indeed. Oh, it says end behind us. Hidden. Away. Crash course candidate. What a strange chapter.
I guess because we're technically not in Journey yet?
I guess? It still is a bit strange, though. Oh,
Yeah.
I've got so many questions, though. Oh, there's so many things in like the last 30 minutes that have just really been. I'm just like, oh, staring into the distance, like what's going to happen now? Because I had that one spoiler. I know one spoiler on complete accident.
Oh.
And I don't know where we're going with this. I don't know where we're going with this, but the hair on my neck's raised. I'm like, what the fuck's going on now? A normal player would be like, oh yes, this is just the normal things to be me. That was like, what the fuck? I sensed something terrible.
It's probably not relevant to anything, but the thing that bothers me still about all that is that Stroganoff did not fill out the book. If he really wanted to cover something up, he should have just been like, nothing to report.
Yeah, that's true. It was also kind of a he could have okay. Yes, he could have covered it that way, but he might not have been in his right mind because it wasn't planned. The sleeping drug was planned. Him hearing Pavlova cry out and finding a dead man on the floor was not planned. I don't know.
Chicken thing is still weird to me.
Yeah. It is just I do agree it's strange. Wait.
It's Lenny and Lynette's magic trick.
Yeah, it is. In London this time though.
あれは19世紀の終わり、厳しい冬のことだった。事件は霧深い深夜のロンドンの街路をひた走る乗り合い馬車の中で起こった。馬車には被害者と容疑者の両名のみ、複数の人間がその事件を目撃した。一体誰が想像しただろうか。この単純極まりない事件があのような恐ろしい結末を迎えることになろうとは。
I swear, if Ryunosuke's in this fucking carriage again.
我が友シャーロック・ホームズはあの事件を振り返ってこう言った。思えばあの事件こそは序曲だったのかもしれないね。忘れがたきあの日本人留学生と演じた長い競争曲の始まりだ。
Huh?
That's got me curious.
Oh, look how cute they are.
Those are all supposed to be excerpts from actual Sherlock Holmes.
That's true.
駅にせよ違うにせよ、これほどの建造物は見たことがございませんね。
蒸気機関車があんなにたくさん。なんなんだ。
His mouth moved as the train whistle went, so it's like made a train whistle noise.
Brian's Coco. There it goes. No, we can hang out for 20 minutes, I believe.
はい。
乗りなよ。どこへだって連れて行ってやるぜ。
それでは官庁街の高等本院へお願いします。
Don't get in the carriage.
いいとも。あんたたち最近流行りの留学生ってやつかい？そうかい。それなら楽しんでいってくれよな。
Carriage driver
よ
died.
うこそ世界の中心。
In broad daylight.
帝国の帝都ロンドンへ。
London.
Rondono.
Mother of God. Why?
Hmm? What?
All the years and then just suddenly birds.
18th February, 9:21 a.m. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice Office. Oh no. Oh
That's
no.
who I think it is. Another man for me to voice. What an incredible place.
It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating.
This place is breathtaking. Looks like a fortress.
There are some stone
Of
buildings.
Maripede.
Hmm?
Of Maripede.
Ah, indeed. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. But they've only been built in a few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? More of a Genshin impact, if you would.
Wait.
A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from.
It's certainly unfamiliar. I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials.
You know, this man, I've just realized. I saw the gears and stuff. I'm like, this is a clock. This man has built his office into Big Ben. That's gotta suck every hour.
If your meetings run over and you're just mid-conversation and then...
Gong!
What is this place again? You've been studying for 40 days, you should know.
This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san, and the Supreme Court of Great Britain.
Lord Chief Justice.
Nouvelette.
I would lose my mind.
We had instructions to report here at this time. If the circumstances were different. We were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan.
But Cosmo can't.
No. So, instead, we're here in a different capacity. As envoys to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death.
Yes.
And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done.
So we'd have to return to Japan.
If we want to remain here in Great Britain,
Have to take Cosmo's place as the law student selected for the study tour.
yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer.
Which is what I've been studying for.
Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So, that's the second reason why we're here. To have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London.
I hope I'm Scratch. That is one major difference in Fontaine. Just any old idiot can show up and be like, I'll defend this man!
Yeah.
I don't know. I assume male?
I'm...
Ah, good morning. Sorry for keeping you. You're the long-lost ancestor of Gant.
Oh my
Serious.
gosh, you're right! Oh my gosh, you're right!
Hello, Reinosuke. Been swimming lately?
Oh no.
I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan? Huh. Seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. Apologies. Oh, no, don't mention it. You're a very intense-looking man.
Mm-hmm.
We're never happier than when we're sitting around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So, introductions. I'm Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire.
Oh my god.
I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot.
Come on, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't be a mouse.
Oh,
Did you read my mind, Suzuto-san?
I read his face.
He had a very mousy look.
It's all that cheese he ate.
Yeah.
It's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Ah, yes, thank you. You're the final boss, aren't you? So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, well, help? I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city.
It's simply splendid. Isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh?
We had a wonderful view of some London streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say I'm almost lost for words.
I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded.
Oh yes, astounded is the word.
Thanks for saving me there, Susuta-san.
And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor.
Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition we will be hosting here in London. I hope nobody dies at it.
Ah, what a shame.
Great exhibition? Yes. We're all exhibitionists.
Oh no.
Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop.
Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be.
Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. Even if you say so yourself. Sun will never set on our grand empire until it does. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Lord Chief Justice. I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. Mr. Kazuma Sogi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived.
I sent it by carrier pigeon.
Our country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you are this appointment specifically to inform me of the news?
Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person.
They tell me you Japanese are people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that it's true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you. The death of the young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed.
If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart.
What do you have to say, madam?
It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal.
What now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo?
Nudge, nudge. Say the thing, Naruhodo-san.
Is that then? The moment of truth.
We were born to make history.
Alright, bye. The thing is, Lord Justice, and Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. But without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean? Taps index fingers together. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country. And that was Mr. Asogi. At least, that is what I've been led to understand.
Well, you see, sir.
Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man.
Mr. Naruhodo.
I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? There's someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer. It's...
Actually, there's no one. I'm so sorry for inconveniencing you, Lord Justice, Sir Honor.
Lord Cheese.
Oh no, don't say that. You're just gonna get hungry.
Been a bit nibbly.
I'm a bit nibbly. Oh man. It's me, Your Honor, sir.
It's me. I can do it. Was that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but... No qualifications, you say, and yet you still claim to be a lawyer. I've acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens.
You're not doing a very good job.
Honest to a fault.
Mm-hmm.
And I had Cosmos help me, and I was the accused, but passing over the details.
You know, I'm glad you didn't share that piece of information.
I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Buri. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. Become a qualified lawyer here in Britain. Not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training.
I know, Controller.
I realize it's a far too short a period of time. But I can't just go back to Japan.
I had to fulfill my dead friend's dreams.
Kazuma, Mr. Sogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on this study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself. It's actually the opposite. But I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance. That's all I'm asking for.
Take that, I declare you 2 months sub to. Thank you for 2 months as far. Thank you for the celebrate as well. Welcome in.
Please! 31 seconds.
31 seconds.
Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo, it was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. Perfectly judged appeal, I would say. But it's a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks.
What an odd compliment, but thanks.
Soph ASMR hasn't been a thing in a long time.
Soph ASMR has not been a thing for a long time, thank goodness.
Maybe we could change that.
You know, we're gonna go take ad break here real quick. So if you'll hang tight, we're gonna do this, you know, keep pre-roll ads. You know, Michi's got, you know, we gotta charge my low battery controller here for a few minutes and not have my headphones on whenever Soph decides to do ASMR. So until then, we will be back in just a few minutes, so hang tight.
In the next 30 minutes, you'll hear these rare gems plus other super souvenirs from radio's world of commercials. See how many you can remember. I'll bet you'll be surprised and delighted. So
Okay, oh, I've
stay
done
tuned
something.
for
I knew it was
golden
suspicious when I
words
couldn't hear
from
things
our
anymore.
sponsors.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Let's go back here. Welcome back. Thank you for the welcome back. Ah, there's some music. Double celebrate, thanks, guys. Okay. I don't think you said this because I think I cut you off before we
You
did.
did. This is when the ASMR conversation started.
Yes.
So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first. Sir? Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Sogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path?
Oh no.
Well, yes, that's my intention. I see. Imagining things. I heard his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden.
You noticed this. You observed this. You can't observe other things on the ship when we literally just there observing and trying to investigate. Okay. Okay, Ryunosuke.
Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really?
Test.
So, what form of test? What form will the test take exactly? Trial by combat.
Oh no. Tsuchida, you're up.
You have to fight. You have to fight Lady Clorinde.
No!
Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh?
Yeah, just jump in. Been swimming?
Nani?
Sink or swim, Naruhodo.
Yeah? Your timing's perfect, in fact. There's a nap trial about to begin later today. Oh, Amy. No advocate has been appointed for the defense yet, as yet, so this will be welcome news. Today?
Straight away?
If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? I get myself in these situations. I get stuck doing law when I came here to be a lawyer.
What?
How did I get stuck doing lawyer stuff when I came here to be a lawyer?
Who could say? Who can say? He was supposed to be gallivanting around with his boyfriend, but that wasn't happening, so... Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Strongheart? Murder trial, not... right?
Yes. Good question. Ah, I remember. It's a murder trial.
Ah! Wonderful! A murder?
Fairly simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. But I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, you'll of course be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably you read that much in your short sea-based introduction to British law?
Yeah! We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life.
I'm the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. That's a little fucked up, bruh. But you can't do that, can you?
You just did.
There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. The defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, I'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. You want me to take you seriously? You need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. Now I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. It's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. Trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test?
Nah, I'm going home, dude. See you later.
Alright then. If I have to give you a decision now, my answer is... I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision making needs work if you want to be the lawyer. That was too slow. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. You'll acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. Conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance.
Mr. Naruhodo.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Sato, but what could I do?
It's alright. I understand.
You do?
It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. But resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. A hole?
What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Miss Susato means is that no matter how badly I'm like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. Lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day. But for each one of those clients, that particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove they're innocent. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh? Was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. Believe me, Lily, you should still be there in time. But I just said that... I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful. But that is the truth.
Why does it have to be like this?
Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold hard truth of the matter is that there's only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. And really his only hope? So, what do you say now, madam?
Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart?
You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve.
Oh.
Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. Leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds.
It's before the clock chimes and all of us go deaf.
So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves.
He's gone.
The Old Bailey.
If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. Let's talk first. Actually, never mind. 18th February, 9:45 a.m. The Old Bailey, Defendants' antechamber. Oh, thank goodness, we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins.
I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose.
Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Herlock Sholmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly.
I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought you were going to die. And we had to pay gold for the privilege.
Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started.
Yes, I suppose there's that.
Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here. But there's no sign of him at all. He's clinging to the ceiling, I bet.
If it's Larry, I'm gonna scream.
Don't.
So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand.
Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'm feeling tense, that's all. It's nice, it gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. Impressive air. Almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. That's how they die. That's how it's delivered.
Yes.
Feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed.
Yes. Whoever the man you're to bend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Oh no. Oh no. I'll take this one. You've done so many, so...
There's a lot of guys in this game.
There is a lot of guys in this game. Top of the morning, dear madam. Sir? Oh no. Willy Wonka's
Willy
here.
Wonka?
Irish Willy Wonka! What are you doing following me here? Things are very desperate, are they?
Sorry?
Would you look at those expressionless faces from the East Ardews?
We're from Japan, yes.
Ah, Japan is it? Right, say no more. So, how much do yous need?
No, we're just here because...
No need to explain, fella. I've been here myself, so I have. What are you laughing at? Yeah, this is why we're laughing. Willy Wonka appeared.
We both had the same thought at the same
At
time.
the same exact time. Was Timothy Chalamet in this game? I don't know, man. I don't know, maybe this is what inspired the new Wonka movie. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name. It must have been all well in a strange faraway land.
Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no.
Tis grand, tis grand! Let me start by giving you those 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas?
Please, Miss Susto, you don't have to shout.
But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo.
What?
It is nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you'll see. I have enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over.
Did that much rain even fall in one day?
I don't know, we're talking about London after all.
Yeah. Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money.
Ouch.
That hit me in the eye.
It's the evolution of look at my attorney's badge.
It's in 3D!
Oh! You're all wearing your 3D glasses. Did you also get to witness almost being hit by a golden coin? Presumably a guinea. Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you with no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me.
Oh?
To be honest, this little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you'll see, is for me good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but it's just a little detail now.
Oh, well, the thing is...
Don't worry about the thing! All you have to do is stand up there next to me. Nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all.
So it's true. Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up.
I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Bluster and blazes! Do yous not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names?
No, sorry. We've only just read in the city, you see.
I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde... Oh no. Well, just next to Hyde Park there is the centre of London. It's another beautiful park.
Sorry? A park? What?
It's called Big Gilded Park. Full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I'm slipping back into the Russian accent, don't worry about it. I donated to the city, so I did. And an entire park in central London? A city of smiles. That's my vision for London. And nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its square old people.
That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary.
You make chocolate too?
Broken coins.
Ah, okay. I see. But now they've got to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What's the matter with the London police, I ask ye? Ah.
Alright, don't pass out.
Mr. Naruhodo. Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves, while the gentleman catches his breath.
Good idea.
Not panting more.
Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see.
My lord. Catch your breath, my dude.
So if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best.
What was I saying? What was I after saying? No, oh my gosh, you that idiot. I've given you 1,000 guineas, so stand up there next to me, haven't I?
Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you.
Oh, I think I see what's going on here.
Sorry?
I know what you're thinking. This Chancellor of a fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why lays his scanty hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it. That's the only explanation. Well.
Well...
Exactly. Not at all, no. We believe you. I don't even know what you did.
Murder, apparently.
Apparently.
Not at all. Although, it is a little strange, to be honest. Why don't you have a lawyer? I mean...
It would be the fault of the Reaper.
Sorry? Did he just say the Reaper?
Yeah, the Reaper.
Jacques the Reaper.
Yeah, Jacques the Reaper. Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey. Lord Baroque von Jykes. He's the prosecutor.
Oh.
Has he also never lost a case in his career? The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? When Van Zeg stands for the prosecution, the god accused his sacrificial lambs. You know, I got up earlier and you know what I didn't do? Take my medicine. I should do that before I forget and we continue going on. I'm like, why does my head hurt? I literally talked about it earlier, but I did nothing about it. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned.
What?
So it's reached a desperate situation where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness. Lord Baroque von Zykes. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed.
First? What on earth?
The defendant is summoned in his counsel. Please make your way to the courtroom. The trial is about to begin.
It's council. That would be me.
Oh, 'tis time. Well then, fella, don't let me down.
But I don't know anything about the case.
Don't worry about it. And get in there, have fun. Good luck.
You haven't told me what happened.
Until you showed your face here. I'd made up me mind, so I hid.
Sorry?
I decided I have to defend myself in there.
How would that have worked?
Well, then you made an appearance. Was it the law, wouldn't you know? It's no accident. I can assure you of that. Despite the... Don't get cold feet now. Please.
Literally know nothing about the case, or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him.
Thank you for resubscribing, so...
I just had to pop up.
I know you hit the pop-up, but still. It popped up on my end too, so thank you. Mr. Naruhodo.
The man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes. Something that Cosmo would never have allowed to happen.
Counsel for the defense. What are you doing? You're late for the start of the trial. You will lose your right to stand.
I'll be right there. Happening, man. My first trial in a birch court.
Gambare.
I hope you're watching over me, Cosmo. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this.
Is there to be continued? No, we're loading. Fire! 18th February.
Oratrice. It's the flaming version of the Oratrice.
It's not Lon's Oratrice. 18th February, 10 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Oh dear, I forgot this game has a jury.
Oh. So, this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. Centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan.
Feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I see something, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, yes, what? Calm the fuck down.
We've gone back to the chicken stare. Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again.
I know, but I just can't help it.
Oh my god.
Santa?
Santa Claus!
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session.
You better laugh ho 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 style.
We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Are you doing Van Zykes or am I doing Van Zykes? Van Zeeks?
I'll be Van Zeeks. He'll show up a lot. See, where you did Edgeworth, I'll do his predecessor. How do I even want to voice him though? I'm not very creative when it comes to this. See, I put too much thought into it. When I put too much thought into it, then I don't know what to do, and then I just gape like a fish. I'll just work myself. Well, we'll work into it. It could be an evolving voice. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it too much. The prosecution is fully prepared.
Must be the Reaper of the Bailey. Really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense. You appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. We asked if the defense was ready.
That's you, bud.
And I couldn't be further from ready if I tried.
Learn the master of bluffing. Go for it. Oh my god. Those eyes please me. Nipponese. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb.
Cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way to the tips of my toes. Now, Mr. McGilded.
Yeah. Yes.
For some reason my brain
my
was
lord.
like Igor on that one.
Oh no, see?
Yes, my lord.
See, your brain went one way, my brain went the other way with Sebastian Michaelis from Black Butler. Yes, my lord?
You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You should be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner?
As I've always said, my lord, it is a grand thing to give opportunities to young. Even if the fellow is a student from some little island off in the Far East. It's not the British way to ignore the dangers of yourself to give those less fortunate a fair chance. I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. What a gentleman! It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded.
That's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I was surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable of sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed?
I don't trust that man with the knife to be impartial.
Yes, my lord. The task to send rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready.
Hi, Rack. Happy holidays to you too. Hope you had a good Christmas. Welcome in. We are doing the Ace Attorneys tonight. At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish properly. Naturally, I agree.
Ah, many criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. Alright. Are you just a literal leprechaun?
I just was looking more and the more I looked at him, I was thinking the same thing.
I feel chill.
Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Let's finish these mitts for my grandson.
Is that your grandson next to you?
I d-
On account of his chill? He needs mittens.
Mr. Naruhodo, those people are...
The jury, yes. That's something we don't have in Japan yet.
That's right. I have only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of the 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view.
How exactly do the jurors give their verdict?
That, I don't know. But... I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses.
Yes. Prosecutor Van Zeeks.
My lord.
How do you say his name?
I'm not sure. I've committed to Zykes.
It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounced your fame.
I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. Yes, 5 years have passed since last. I spread my wings in this capacity.
So, what brings you back? Is there some change in circumstance of which the court should be aware?
I felt fate tug upon my shoulder. To start this happenstance? Is that a word? I can't think. I don't know. I've lost everything in my brain.
Happenstance is a word.
Happenstance is a word. Fate has tugged on my shoulder. I was trying to find too many fancy words and I stumbled over them. Yes, fate. Fate told me to come here because I needed to start what's the word? There has to be parallels. There must be parallels. So, I'm here. That's why I've come out of 5 years retirement.
I was on the pilgrimage.
In Germany. I leave that to your imagination, my lord.
So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make it come back?
Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo.
As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. Summary of the case, if you please.
Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity.
We'll see the only ones in here who aren't aware.
Well, better open your ears and listen, Ryunosuke. The incident took place in the late evening. 3 days passed. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as Thrice Fried Mason.
He fries bricks.
Thrice Fired Mason.
Sorry? Bryce?
It means 3 times.
He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible.
The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service of the streets of London at the time. The dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen was believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard.
Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence.
The autopsy report has been entered into the court record. Prepare for an updated one in about an hour. photograph of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well.
And these are... Good lord. Is that blood council?
Your Honor, my lord, this is a murder trial. Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested.
What? Mr. McGilden's gloves had blood on them?
Sorry.
Huh?
I banged really hard into my microphone. I saw it on OBS. I'm not sure if you heard it, but
Oh. Stream had heard it. Yes, I'll accept these as evidence as well.
the defendant's leather gloves have been entered into the court record.
How did I get into this? Backed into a corner before I'd even started.
Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time.
Only 2?
Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded.
Well, rather damning circumstances to say the least. Defendant, what say you?
Well, of course, I had no recollection of such a thing.
Mr. McGilded.
Be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it.
Are you claiming to have been asleep?
It is the motion of the carriage, my lord. Lilt and so it is. And when I opened my eyes again, it was a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in my life. Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to heap a fellow bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about my clothes now, was I? I reached out to get them in a hand.
The blood got onto the gloves then, after the man had been killed.
Unfortunately, that statement of the driver is only the beginning.
What? It's not all of it?
There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed.
Order! Order! Order!
When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage, and there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused.
Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we'll hear testimony from these witnesses first of all.
Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. Yep. Look at that guy. Witnesses, your names and occupations.
My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus at the East End.
I'm just laughing. Since I work at a bank now, and the next guy that comes up is a banker. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city.
My name's First. Lady First. I am making hats for gents.
Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witness to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Quite right.
Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Very well then. Let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw.
Before we do that, though, and we take our witness testimony, we're opening a can of worms to seeing what the witnesses saw. Let's do our hourly ad break here real quick to keep our pre-roll ads off. So if you guys will hang tight just a little bit, we'll be right back with some witness testimony. So, be right back. Alright, time for us to take witness testimony as I get my controllers back. Oh, it's even lower than it was last time. This is gonna be great.
I mean, 3 minutes isn't very long to charge.
You know, it's not, but one could pray. One could pray. Okay. What the witnesses saw.
It was the last rush of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well.
The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other on the inside of the bus. Thank you for the celebrate as far. Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts.
That's right. You stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. Unambiguous testimony, I must say.
Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes.
I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, Constable? Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever.
Why not?
Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it?
As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes.
Well, in that case, how could those two have witnessed? How witnesses possibly have seen what happened? No way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage.
How quaint. I'd read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses?
Huh?
Tell me, my Nipponin's friend. Have you ever traveled in an omnibus?
Well, no.
I haven't even been here for 24 hours yet, so no.
We, only arrived in London this morning.
No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves. The actual scene of the crime, that is.
What do you mean? The actual scene? How?
I've brought the carriage here itself.
As a witness.
As a witness. Please testify. A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much.
Yes.
The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place in is here today, in this very building.
Here? What? The entire carriage?
No, only half of it. Bailiff! Bring forth the stricken omnibus! Oh my gosh. Baker Street!
So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Fairbrand's courtrooms are amazing.
As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. 4 passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin, and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above.
Ah, skylight. Oh.
The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats of this omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight.
Makes perfect sense. Well, Counsel, this is a first. All my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom.
There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish.
Very well, I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence.
The omnibus has been entered into the court record.
I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence?
Yes! Great Britain is simply extraordinary.
I could owe myself a whop by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Let us continue the proceedings then. Your cross-examination, counsel.
Hold on 1 second, Judge. I have been informed by my subconscious to take a peek at things. Oh, an armband I inherited from Kazuma. Thrice fired Mason, not thrice fried Mason. Not to be confused. The brickmaker caused a death. 15th, between 10 and 11, set once in the abdomen with a knife whilst journeying in an omnibus. Died due to an internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. Okay. Anything interesting about you gloves? No, just blood. I see.
This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London.
Well, nothing will come of grumbling now.
No. By the way, is Mr. McGilded right-handed?
Yes, I believe so. He was toying with a coin in his right hand a little earlier.
Pity. If only he'd been left-handed.
I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really.
Yeah.
My lord, it's the actual omnibus.
So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here.
People sit all the way up here on better winter nights, with cold air rushing past them. They have to pay money to do so?
I can't imagine how cold it must feel.
That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as punishment?
Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late. We go in. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we?
The scene of a murder. It's horrible.
Oh. Oh, I hate that noise. Oh, I did not like that door closing. Okay, we're here now.
It's a horror game now.
I know, no, no, so I can't deal with that. I just want my Ace Attorney, please. Don't like being so immersed.
That's blood that's soaked into the seat. The victims, obviously.
Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck.
Would you really stab somebody in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder?
Well, it was after dark. And there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight.
Every way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Yeah, it's quite a large skylight, isn't it?
Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck.
And there doesn't appear to be a handle or catch of any description. So I suppose it can't be opened from inside the cabin at least.
Handle?
The seat has a handle, it seems.
For luggage.
This looks like all sort of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running.
Feeding tubs, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems.
There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to stow their luggage, that's for sure.
Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. London.
That's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition.
Oh, the Crystal Tower. It's already under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. They also want to have their own Eiffel Tower. If there's anything.
Did we read the sign across from it?
More Crystal Tower.
Ah, that's poster for the great exhibition. What?
Sorry, I
It's the same thing.
I know it might be. Crystal Tower. Ooh, the Crystal Tower. It's already under construction. They must be so excited. Ah, no, I clicked it again.
Oh, the Crystal Tower.
The Crystal Tower. They must be fizzing with excitement. Don't you think so?
You should probably get that checked out.
You know, I don't. That's true. Fizzing was probably not a good condition to be having. Have you seen enough? Let's step back outside then. Have I seen enough? I don't know. Weird controls in this dead silent examination room. Oh my gosh. Well. Fun little Easter egg.
You can't even interact with it.
I know. That's unfortunate. We can't make any meta comments of the future.
Baker Street. Job Masters, London head office. Okay, I think I've done my examination. We may continue, Judge. Thank you for your time. Pray don't expect these Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of British court cross-examination rights.
Alright. My first cross-examination in British court. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus.
Ooh, that's cool. Did we have that with Legally Distinct Pain?
I don't remember.
I don't remember. But either way, that's a cool. What the witnesses saw. Let's go one by one.
Yes. I think it was the same sometime after 10, wasn't it? Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Yes. Ever so cold it was, freezing, in fact.
I'm currently dealing with hypothermia.
And you had 4 passengers on board at the time. Is that correct? Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course, though, no.
No, they all sat in the same seat, on each other's laps.
It's very awkward.
They were keeping warm on the cold night.
And there were no other passengers when the incident took place. No one alighted, for example. You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that. No, none. So nobody fled the scene of the crime, then? I have to say, the boss insists on it running. He does. Every evening, the last bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, what with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spent that much on the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again. And you saw them through the skylight on the roof of the carriage?
That's right. When you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. There was a lamp on the inside, so I had a pretty good view. Two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. But there was not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded. Does he wear plain clothing like that?
I can be so sure.
I just know. Well, how can I put it politely? Mr. McGilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There was no room for doubt here.
I really wish there was.
They stowed Willy Wonka in the storage hold.
He was drugged with chicken.
He was drugged with chicken and stuffed into the storage hold.
You actually saw the exact moment it happened?
Didn't I already testify to that? Or our fair dinkum hard-working city banker is not considered trustworthy these days.
Oh, no. I didn't mean that. This is no good. I've really got his back. I've really got his back up? What?
I don't know, I feel like it's like... The implication seems to allude to like... He's got his defenses up, but I don't know what they were trying to allude with the wording on this one.
Yeah. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw. My lord! Juror number 3, what's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up.
You have an imaginary mind?
Yep. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be. Every one of them. That little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me.
You tossed fire into the fire scales. Alright.
There's no point wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway. That is precisely what I was about to say. As for the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors.
Well... That's 2/3.
What is happening here?
Let me see. Yes, it seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. They smack their hands on the table and send fire to, scales of life and death, it seems.
With fire?
Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago.
Well, those enormous scales fall completely to the black side. Does that mean...
Well, let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen.
I'm even more worried than I was before. Oh well, the court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue the cross-examination. This is a nightmare.
Alright. Your turn, bud.
He stabbed him, you say, and you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing a little gent sitting next to the fellow that he was stabbed. I've been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absentmindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out from his belly, that huge, great knife.
He keeps losing his hat and adjusting it, and just watching him do that makes me on edge. Like, I feel like my headphones are falling off. And I'm like super on edge now just watching this man constantly fiddle with the hat that's falling off of his. I'm like, oh, no, please. Oh, first, please.
Sir, don't you make hats?
I know, right? Like, I'm not going to you for any hats. Just saying.
Oh, a grim sight indeed. That didn't help me at all. The jury look like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before.
That appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGilda is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. First.
Oh, yes, sir?
Is this the knife you saw?
Oh, good grief, yes, that's it. If everyone's, Is that?
Yes, Cancel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart.
That is a blade of considerable size, Counsel.
It is. And furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar.
Please no.
There's only one man in this entire universe with the name M.
And also, it totally couldn't be a W.
Yeah! M. Or Magnus, perhaps? Or McGilted, possibly? Take your pick. It was Magnus Whitgilded, his evil doppelganger. It seems this
Tallest man in town.
Hmm?
Tallest man in town.
Yeah! It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
But there's an M everywhere. Like, yes. Like in Mason.
Ooh, nicey Yeti. Oh no, I forgot. This man's voiced by someone I know.
I feel like we've been here before.
I know, I can't remember who it is though. It's been so long since I looked at it. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to look this up and it's gonna bother me now. I said like, ooh, nice voice! And I'm like, oh no, hold on. We're looking this up right now. The Japanese voice. Oh no! I knew it, I totally forgotten. He's voiced by Kenjiro Suda. The voices characters like Dinesleep and I can't think of any others at the top of my head. But I really like Kenjiro Suda's voice. Ah. Well, here we are. This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No. This weapon of murder most certainly belongs to the accused.
Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, Counsel.
The murder weapon has been entered into the court record. My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption.
Agent number 2. Go on.
Mr. McGilted is a pillar of society and a gentleman. And a gentleman's word should be as sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Dispose of the rubbish! Well...
No.
I don't wish to cause offence, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-references all of the facts. As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. Damn.
Not again.
2/3. That's 4 out of 6 jury members who proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left.
We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, it just makes the situation worse.
Is that where the game players is scripted? I like pressing. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark.
suppose we'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly.
We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back.
But... Alright, I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again.
Okay. No, I have. I know I have low battery, thanks. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, little blue controller. I try my best to make sure that you're attached every time, but it seems you were not charging this time. Internal hemorrhaging. Leather gloves the defendant was wearing at the time of the incident. There's a blood stain on the right glove. Eight-seater omnibus that was in the crime. There were passengers both inside the carriage and on the roof deck that night. A largest knife that was found lodged in the victim's abdomen. Its quality and fancy ornamentation suggests it must be quite valuable. There's our M. There's our M. Or our W. For Willy Wonka.
An ornate letter M. Undeniably Mr. Magnus McGilda's initial.
And it's beautifully gilded too. It must be very valuable, I should think.
Ah,
What is it?
look at the sun. Turned upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything.
Oh my gosh, Yunosuke, you're using that noggin. The W.
Yes, this is one of those, turnabout cases, I'm sure of it.
Ah, title drop. Time to leave. Roll credits, everyone.
See you in 2 weeks.
See? No, no, it's the end. It's the end. Never again. This is the last of it. No more Ace Attorney streams. Gotta roll credits, guys. He said the thing. He said the title. If only he said, great. Big turnabout cases. I'm afraid I don't know it all. But I am sure... What I am sure of is that this is an M.
Oh, well, that idea was quickly quashed.
What a great word for BG. Happy graduation. Yep. Gotta quit before we hit a year. I think it looks like it could be a W.
Yeah?
Like the way that it's... Let me see if... Oh, hold on. Let me see if I can do this.
Good luck.
Hey, I did that pretty smoothly. Like, it does look like an M. But at the same time... Wow. It could also be a W.
Yeah.
They both look feasible. The strokes of, like, how one would think that someone would use penmanship to write both look natural in either way. Does this hold any more secrets?
This man's got his very own Wario.
Yeah, he does. Well, he mentioned, like, Hyde Park earlier, and I believe that's an actual place. But at the same time, to specifically say Hyde Park, I'm like, oh no, is this gonna be a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde situation? That part is the sheath, isn't it?
Sure.
Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo?
Hmm? Oh, sorry. Yes, I just don't really like blades.
Oh. Those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist.
That's What's on the blade? That's Kazuma's soul.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. It looks like blood.
It surely is blood. The victims.
An Englishman's blood looks a lot like Japanese man's blood.
Did you think it wouldn't?
Sorry, it's just that we've only just arrived here in Great Britain. Finding it a little hard to adjust.
Yes, I do understand. Is that it? You hold no more secrets from me? I guess so.
Investigate what again? Nope, same thing.
Oh. What do I have? Okay.
Alright, so when it happened, the only two people in the enclosed cabin area were the victim and the defendant. And so help me, 3 whole people witnessed the man I'm trying to defend do the deed?
I don't like to be pessimistic, but we do seem to be in a rather difficult situation here.
What am I supposed to think here? Is Mr. McGilda really innocent? Or could it be...
But before we jump to conclusions, our first task should be to gather information. We need to understand the case much better than we do at the moment.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Let's listen to those written statements again, more carefully this time.
Okay. Cucumbers are a few cucumbers?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I had a few cucumbers. I remember it well. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw— well, we didn't press this one, actually.
No.
That's a very vague. I remember seeing that the first time and thinking how vague it was.
What exactly did you see? Oh, well, sir. That would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor, he was.
And by passenger, obviously you're referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
And then the other passenger had the knife in his hand like this.
By the other passenger, obviously you're referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilden.
And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. What?
How did you see that?
My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, juror number 5. Do I take it that you too? There's the master of the London Guild of Coachmen. idea of a murder being committed to one of the city's characters is utterly abhorrent to me. Wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. But I've heard enough now. The horse is bolted, as they say. No, please. Yep, now, Silver Blaze. The finish is in sight.
Well,
Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Ah, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. This is too unkind, sir.
which now means that 5 jurors agreed to condemn this man. Ready? Madam Juror number 6.
Yes, dear. What can I do for you?
You've heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand.
Oh, yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know.
Then, pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning?
Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habits, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day, and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated to the city, you see. You know, I mean, definitely the words I said. Same difference. Put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. He's always doing wonderful things for the city.
Oh, I thought that was auto. Usually these like peanut gallery voices are on auto.
Yeah. That's right. A man like that wouldn't stab anyone, surely.
Father, maybe go to the McGilded Public Library later and borrow some more books.
How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know? What kind of man Magnus McGilded really is? Ooh! This music!
What kind of a man is he?
The philanthropist, Magnus McGilded, has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls.
What?
Stone the Crows!
This is Dark Souls?
You know, I've never played it, so I wouldn't know. McGilded lends money at extortionate. Extortionate. McGilded lends money at extortionate rates of interest, so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak.
I've never heard any of mention of that before.
Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service?
You're not saying that...
The victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known, the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts.
But gracious. Aspadacious.
Oh my god. The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, his pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him. His life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. I know, controller, I'm sorry.
How does a man who makes 9 destructible bricks not have any money?
I don't know. I don't know.
Don't believe it.
If I might add something briefly.
Miss Susato?
You claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded. But where's the evidence to support your claim?
I was sitting here like, was that bottle always there?
I know. It has to be aesthetic. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in a court of law.
Aha, there it is. Lord Van Zyke's hallowed chalice. How can this be considered acceptable?
It's not wine. It's blood. But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself.
As judicial assistant to the defense, I'm simply doing my job.
What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside.
Oh.
Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. He also carries a sword. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time.
A marvelous toast, Counsel. I'll gladly accept this new evidence. I love evidence.
The debtor's ledger has been entered into the court record.
Yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum.
And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense? Recompense.
Recompense or recompense, probably.
Recompense.
Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes.
Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused.
It's such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel. Still. Maybe it's all for the best.
Wait a minute.
I don't stand for nonsense. Well.
That was it. The last jury's decision.
According to this encyclopedia of British law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here.
Final verdict. It's over then.
Oh! There's a footnote, though.
A footnote?
However, the defense
All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case.
Judge, can you be quiet for just a second? So we're talking about something real important here.
Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision.
According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial. By delivering my final verdict, I trust there are no objections.
Susato, please finish what you're saying.
Mrs. Suto, just tell me one thing.
Oh, yes?
You're in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense... What did it say next?
Oh, yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury conclude that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point.
Summation examination?
A summation examination. From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected?
Ah.
Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten and certainly no longer practiced. So, you're out of luck.
Oh.
What even is it, Mrs. Suto? The so-called summation examination. How many times can we say that before the day's done?
Yep, they really want to drive home the term so you remember it. You know, like how they say that you use someone's name when you talk to them so you remember it. They really want you to remember about the summation examination. Oh, one moment, I'll read about it.
You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails. Huh. Typical Nipponese.
Why is everybody in this game racist?
I don't know. Well, it's also like 1920.
Yeah.
1915, something like that. Alright, Mr. Naruhodo. I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury.
Do what, exactly?
Appeal to them to change their leaning and reserve their decision. Or sorry, reverse their decisions. And it says here that if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed.
Make them reverse their decisions? Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision.
Well,
Can we influence the blue controller's battery to be full?
be full. You know, I wonder if I can leave it plugged into the console. Hold on! Can I operate the controllers on the console? That'd be great, actually. Hold on.
I don't know.
This is gonna be a pain in the ass, but we can try. Whoop. Well, it's last one. Maybe the Joy-Con controller. Nope. Man, I seriously thought about getting a Pro Controller the other day because I stopped at a GameStop when I was out in Augusta, and I ended up finding Nintendo DS games. I'm like, what? What year is it? And in the Nintendo DS games, I found Nintendogs Mini Dachshund, and I'm like, oh, that's coming home with me. And I thought about getting a Pro Controller. I was like, no, I shouldn't. I shouldn't. Should save my money. Whenever I make it big as a programmer, I can buy it for myself then. But I guess we must sit here. Put on some background noise. We could just hang out. You know, just chatting break, right? Not a big deal. Actually, no, we're close to our ad break too. So it's not a big deal. We'll take an ad break and then we can sit and have a chat for a little bit while the controller sits and charges. Poor thing. It just like, no, I gotta die before the summation examination. Like, no, we're not getting into that. We're not getting into that. Nintendogs are so cute. I don't know if I ever had a Nintendogs game, to be honest. But my dog is a miniature dachshund. So I saw that and I was like, I gotta get that. I have money and I'm an adult. I can purchase that for myself, so I did. I have not started playing it yet though, but it's waiting for me. Gotta pull out my DS and charge it up. Let's see here. Go to... Oh, well. There's just a giant Soph.
It is my stream now.
It's your stream now. Oh, let's see what we can do here. Do I even have? You know, I don't think I have. In real time. Let's see. What is it? Browser source, I think. And here we go. Here I am. Need to do that. Do that. Be nice and big. I'll come hang out down here. And then we'll make Soph just a wee bit smaller. Oh no, no, it's bigger.
Cannot be contained.
Cannot be contained. You can hang out right there.
Oh.
Hi! Welcome in! We're having some technical difficulties, but welcome in everybody! Thank you for the raid crash! How's it going? You're playing Plate Up? I wanted to play like the Plate Up and what's the other one? I can't remember what the other one's called, but those like cooking games seem like they'd be so fun.
Overcooked.
Overcooked! Yes, that one. But yes, welcome in everyone. Hello. Crashing in, that's such a cute raid message.
For some reason I wanted to say don't starve, but that's something else entirely.
That is something else entirely. So on my shoulder. There we go. There we go. That works. That works. But hello everybody. Welcome in. Welcome in. We are technically playing Ace Attorney, but my Switch controller has died on me because technical difficulties, because why not? But yes, we're letting that charge here real quick, and we've come at impeccable timing, so we're about to take our ad break. But here, I will introduce myself real quick for you guys, and hopefully convince you guys to stay through the ad break as we come back to chat for a little bit. But for everybody who is new here, welcome in, everyone. My name is Michio. You guys can call me Michi. I am a digital archivist, meaning I'm here to make shining memories with you all. And currently, we are trying to make shining memories in Ace Attorney, solving a murder mystery in court. But alas, you will have to enjoy Soph's and I's banter in the meantime as we get everything squared away here. But yes, welcome in everyone. I hope you do just stay around. I would love the company. But we're going to do our ad break here real quick because I want to keep pre-roll ads off for everyone. So if you guys will hang tight just a little bit, we will be right back in just a few minutes. Okay. Oh, I went to the wrong train. This one, yes. Indeed, this one. Womp womp. But yes, we are back now. As much as I like to, I kind of want to switch over to the Genshin music. We're just gonna chill out for a little bit. Oh. Thank you for the celebrate. That spooked me. I lost where I was as I was trying to find music. Thank you for the welcome back. And the singular throw. The singular throw is a very good redeem. Okay, we'll do that. It's gonna sound just a little bit while we're talking. Have it in the background so it doesn't overpower us. But yes, unfortunately, my poor Switch controller is dead, and for whatever reason, Ace Attorney requires you to have a full button array of 2 controllers and or 1 full controller. Thank you for the throw as well, Necro. Oh, actually, you know, I'm probably not. Here, hold on. You guys don't see anything.
Don't see what?
You don't see anything. You don't see anything at all here. Nothing to be seen here. Nothing at all.
Pay no attention to the Michi behind the curtain.
Pay no attention to the pink figure behind the curtain. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. All everything is fine. Shh, don't worry about it. Oh my gosh, they're huge.
To mess around with tits and then to shout they're huge.
Oh yeah, yep. Definitely not mine. I don't know whose, but they're not mine.
Not jumping in on this one.
But yes, now you can cuss me properly with all the throws, all the things, many things. You know, I realized I totally blanked on adding like Christmas stuff. I don't think I added Christmas throwables into the mix like I did for Halloween.
Well, you celebrate anyway.
Yeah, you only celebrate anyway, honestly.
You do a Christmas stream.
Yeah, I
didn't.
didn't.
Really do a Christmas stream.
Yeah, a lot of stuff just kind of between starting a new job and stuff. It really just kind of compiled.
I think you slept for like 3 days.
I slept for quite a bit. I knew by like Tuesday I was not. I would have to find some sort of hidden, like, not second win, not third win, but like 10th win to be able to do a stream on Saturday before Christmas, like I was trying to do. But last week was crazy. Last week there was a lot of stuff that went on. You know, I said earlier, I'm not gonna get into it. This is the perfect time. This is the perfect time to talk about last week. Because it was wild, man. It was crazy. Like, it was, they pulled an all-star, no, they pulled a Smash, yeah, all-star Smash Mouth, and they just kept coming, and they didn't stop coming, and they didn't stop coming, and they don't stop coming. It was just a lot. I said I have a bunch of free time. All my friends fell asleep. Like, I'm sorry, so.
Ari's been doing it too.
I'm sorry, so.
I'm just thinking back because there was a week where like you had off work and I had a week of free time. Like, all right, we're gonna do this, that, and the other,
and I just slept
for 7 days straight.
I'm sorry, so I'm just so tired, and when I have the opportunity, I will sleep for 13 hours. Like, I gotta catch up. My body's like, time to recharge and just fully shut down. But yeah, last week was wild. I was scrambling this month because I'd hit 100 followers, so I was trying to get that planned, right? To find something fun to do and get that planned on the books. So I was racking my brain for that. I'm terrible at coming up with ideas for, especially like celebratory things. I'm terrible at it. And I felt pretty, I felt pretty good about what I came up with for the 100 follower stream. So I will say that. But I knew that I also had to get ready because I had training I had to leave. Like, I left
And I went far from my house. I went 3 hours or so from my house, and stayed in a hotel all week last week, to do training for my new job. And when I drove out there and got there, I got this dinky little hotel. Like, the hotel looked nice from the outside, and the lobby was, like, really nice. I get to the hotel room, though. It is the dingiest, little dinkiest hotel room. I was like, oh my gosh. I'm like, well, I'm not paying for it. The company I work for is paying for this hotel for me. So I'm like, okay, I can't complain too much. But I get into my hotel room, right? And I was like, alright, time to settle in and get my stuff all set up and things. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to connect my Switch to the TV and have something running in the background. So I, like turn on YouTube or something and just chill while I unpack and get settled for the night. And so I go to plug that in. I plug in the HDMI cable, and I notice that the coax cable connecting the TV to, like, local television was, like, broken. It was, like, snipped. I was like, oh, that's strange. So I feel like I've told you a good gist of it. Have you heard the full story of all week?
Probably not. I got whatever you texted me.
I know. I just, yeah. I don't know who I told what anymore, to be honest, because it's just like, it's a never-ending stream of like, oh god, why, another thing, I'm just so glad to be home. I'm so glad to be home. Anyway, so I know that the cable was snipped. I'm like, that's strange, whatever, right? And I'm like, you know what, I've been on the road for a while, so like, I need to use the restroom. So I went to the bathroom, toilet was clogged, immediately. I hadn't even touched it. I was like, are you kidding me? I was like, are you joking me? So I called up to the front desk. I hadn't even been there for 10 minutes yet, right? Like, it has been less than 10 minutes since I spoke to the front desk lady, and she gave me the key to my room. And, I called and I'm like, hey, so there's a situation with the TV, the cable's been snipped, and I also can't find a source button on the TV or the remote. And the toilet's clogged, and she's like, oh my gosh, you haven't been here for 10 minutes. I'm getting you a new room. I'm so sorry. And this poor lady, like, she was super sweet when I was talking to her. I was, just making small talk at the front. And she knew that I was I was here for work because my company was, like, the main name on the reservation. And I was just like, oh, it's for me, right? It's my room. And so I was a secondary name on it. And so she's like, oh my gosh, this person... And I told her too, I was like, yeah, I'm like way far from home right now staying at this hotel for work. So she already knew I've been going out of my way here, staying at a hotel for this entire week. And I'm not even here 10 minutes and my room is already that fucked up. And she's like, I'm so sorry. If you don't mind packing your stuff up real quick, I will get you a new room. And I'm like, okay, cool, whatever, it's fine. And since there was no source button on the TV, she's like, I will give you like a remote, like a actual TV remote, not our... They had like... I don't know how to equate it other than it was like an elderly person remote. It was like a super simple remote with just a power button, numbers, and then a channel up down channel up down, volume up down button. And so she's like, I will give you like a real remote to take with you. You can borrow it and you can just bring it back here, before you leave, right? Before you leave this week. And I was like, oh yeah, I'll go check it out and I'll go change it real quick. No biggie, thanks, for the help. And so I went up there, got the new keys, got the remote, went to my new room. And go in my new room. This one, the cable's not cut. Toilet works great. And but the problem was the TV in that room wasn't an LG. It was a Philips. It still had no source button on it. And I'm like, shit, no input to change to HDMI. I was like, whatever. And then the outlets next to my bed did not work. I had to plug everything in over by the TV on the other end of the room. I'm like, okay, whatever. This is great. This is fine. And so I go return the remote pretty quickly up to the lady at the front. And she gives me this look. I'm like, oh no, what now? She's like, oh dear, you poor girl. And I'm like, I have a Philips TV in my room. There's not an LG TV. I can't use the remote. But thanks for your help. And she's like, I'm so sorry. I'm like, it's fine. I just want to go to bed. So I went back to my room and got everything plugged in. I eventually, between Googling and fiddling with the TV, I found out that on the simple remote,
the channel up down button is not like, oh, channel 5, channel 6, channel 7, you know, like local stations that you can browse through the channels by just hitting a button like one would expect with a channel up down button on a remote. At least that's what I expected. Apparently it was the input selection, at least for that TV. So I'm like, oh, okay, so I figured it out. Could not connect my Switch though because the Wi-Fi connection was through a browser, which the Switch cannot support. But thank goodness I brought my laptop with me, so I couldn't have a remote to lay in bed and connect to things. So I just got up every few minutes after the YouTube video was finished to watch another YouTube video. But anyway, I was like, you know, it is what it is. It's fine. I want to make the most of my week. Like, I'm in, you know, a big city and a new place, so I just want to like explore, right? Like, I just want to have like a good time. I had so many things that I'd researched of like the small little towns to go check out while I was there, like, you know, the small businesses and stuff. I think it's gonna be great. It's gonna be fine. Lay on my bed. It's the worst fucking bed I've ever laid on. It's like plywood on springs with like a foam topper. I was like, oh, this is the hardest damn thing I've ever laid on. This sucks. Put my head on my pillow and it feels like someone stuffed 5 t-shirts into a pillowcase and called it a day. I was like, oh, this is the worst pillow I've ever laid my head on. And it was that moment that I was like, ah, this was the feeling of forgetfulness that I had when I left the house, that I was like, am I forgetting something? But I always forget things. I feel like I'm forgetting things. But I'm not forgetting things. So I was like, it's fine. And I was like, oh, my pillow. Whatever. It's fine. We're gonna make the most of our week. So I laid down, went to sleep. Also, could not park in front of my room. So at this particular hotel, there was like an outdoor entrance and an indoor entrance. So you could feasibly park directly next to the door to your hotel room. Could not park. There was only one day out of the 5 nights I was there that I could park. It was I say 5 nights. I was like, oh my god, it's like 5 Nights at Freddy's. This was like, it was a horror show last week. But could not park in front of my hotel room. People always parked in front of my hotel room, and I had to park like 80 plus feet away across the parking lot, and it was cold and rainy, and I was like, this sucks. I'm the only person in my hotel room. Why are people taking my parking spot? Why are they parking in front of my door? But that was Sunday. Haven't even started training yet. Training was Monday through Friday. On Monday, a really, really heavy storm, like a really bad storm came through. And not only was like it raining super hard, but we had wind gusts supposedly up to 90 miles an hour in places. So that was crazy. A lot of power lines and stuff was down. Like the whole state of Maine kind of suffered from it. So that was, it's honestly been crazy to see the devastation from some of it. But where I was at, we were next to a river, and the river overflowed and flooded stuff and knocked out the power for the entire downtown strip where I was at the training center, which I was going to. And so I get to the training center. This is the first time I've been there. I left early, got there. Power was on at that point in time. Power went off like right before lunchtime. But they were able to get the generator up and running, so we went for a little while longer. And the teacher just she decided to cut it early that day. She's like, you'll still get paid for your time and stuff like this. But she's like, I just want you guys to be able to make it back to your homes safely before it gets dark, 2 before this next like round of heavy storms come through. So we're just gonna cut it early today and we'll catch up tomorrow. We're like, okay, cool, we're not gonna complain about that, right? And so we went on our way and went back home. And since the power kind of knocked out a lot of things, there was very like few places that were open, just because they had no power. And one of the places that was open, because I had a meal stipend I could use, and I brought some food with me just to make it easier to bring food to work with me. But I was planning on just getting all my food from out while I was there, and most things were closed because the power was out. But the Five Guys that was like right next to my hotel was open. I'm like, I can do Five Guys. Five Guys is great. Burger and fries, I can do that. Sounds great. Since it was like one of the only places open though, there were so many people in there. Like I waited like 45 minutes for my food, just standing there as a wet sardine with like 30 other people in this tiny lobby, and these poor food workers. Like my heart goes out to them because they were doing God's work that night. Like I'm like, thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here and cooking my food. because I have had a long day. Or I haven't had a long week and it's only one day. I'm ready to go back to my hotel room and eat my food and go to sleep. And of course that day, whenever the wind was whipping and it was pouring, I also could not park in front of my hotel room. So that was great as well. On Tuesday, get up, go down to the training center to get there. Come to find out, the generator broke overnight, so there was no power. And with there being no power, my instructor was like, okay, so, we're gonna go on a little field trip. Because apparently for my company, they have 2 training centers. And the, what's the word? The instructor will bounce in between them every couple weeks. She'll do, you know, they have different things that are scheduled. But that was an hour away. I had to drive an hour away, and I offered, what's the word? The instructor was like, we're going on a field trip. She's like, if people want to carpool, like, they're welcome to come with me, or if anybody else wants to carpool, I know I would appreciate that as well. And so I'm like, I have probably the newest car here. I literally drove 2,200 miles across the United States, and then 3 hours down to get here this week. I'm like, I can drive another hour with other people. It's fine. And so I offered, and I had two of the other ladies join me. As well. So we got to talk during the ride, you know, we got to know each other a bit more. So I'm like, okay, that's cool. That's cool. What is this luck? Oh, this is like, it's showing it's rearing its ugly horns this past week, but this is kind of like, it's par for the course for me. Like, everything just kind of compiled on itself last week, but this is par for the course for me. I like to say I have the worst inconsequential luck, because I've never broken a bone, I've never gotten into like a severe accident or anything, I've never been in a life-threatening situation, but I catch like every single red light, you know, I hit every pothole, those kind of things, right? Anyway, we drive out, we go do, they had power at the other place, so we set up and we were able to actually do some, coursework and go through our, class for the day. But it was just, what's the word? She let us go early that day as well because we had an hour drive back home. So she let us go early that day. So we had short day on Monday, short day on Tuesday, because we didn't get out to the training center till about noon when we were supposed to start at 9. And we go back. I'm like, you know what? I don't care. And the company is paying for my mileage and stuff. And I'm technically on the clock, so I really don't care. It's fine. It's fine. God, that silver linings shirt. Yeah, I usually don't look at the silver linings, but last week was so awful, and I was by myself in a place that I did not know, that I was like, I have to pretend to be optimistic so I survive through the week, irregardless if I end up believing it or not. I have to pretend. I have to put on the facade that I believe everything's going to be fine, because I will lose my mind if I don't. But that day, Wednesday finally started calming down, which I was like, oh, thank God. I'm like, I don't know how I would have dealt with like a full week of just nonsense happening. What's the word? I don't know if I can really get this pulled up without it being a pain in the ass. I don't know. There's a local, up here in Maine, they have like a grocery store chain called Hannaford. And there's a Hannaford that was literally just, near where my training center was, so I drove by it whenever I was coming into the training center that had no power on Tuesday. And it had power on Wednesday there, so I drove down there, and I passed by this grocery store, and between the rain and the river flooding over, like, the water in the parking lot was literally up to, like, on the cart returns, it was like 3/4 of the way up the cart returns. Like, you could not see the bottom of the cart returns. You just saw like the little things at the top that says cart return, please return your shopping cart, this and that stuff, right? And I was like, oh my gosh, that's wild. But just seeing like the pictures and stuff, there's this TikTok that went viral, at least in my area, of these two guys that were in a canoe and they were paddling and fishing in the Hannaford parking lot, and it was the funniest damn thing. I thought it was great. But that was Wednesday. Most part, we got to do our coursework, which was like, oh, thank goodness, right? Thank goodness. So there was that. Thursday, go down to, The closer location, they had power that day still, so oh, thank God. Yeah, that was just Wednesday. Yeah, we're only halfway through the week, my dude. But Thursday came. Thursday was pretty good with coursework. We were able to actually have a full day that day and got our stuff done. Though when I got back from training, back to my hotel room, I was so tired. Like, I get stressed out with things that I don't know already, and like I run on adrenaline, so it really drains my energy. And then on top of everything else that happened last week, it really just like sucked the life out of me. And so by Thursday, I was kind of a walking zombie, especially once I finally sat down in my hotel room. I really was just like a vegetable. I was so tired. And I'd gotten my food, and I sat down, and apparently somebody had moved into the room, that had checked into the room next to mine. And they had a child, maybe like 10 plus, you know, like a minor, but not like a young child. And this child, as soon as I sat down, I changed into my pajamas, I had gotten my food, I'd sat in bed, I'd gotten a YouTube video, I'd gotten YouTube pulled up to just sit, and I was like, okay, time to take a bite of my food. Take one bite of my food, and I hear a child next door screaming, "No, mommy! You will not do that!" Blah, 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 blah. Just going on and on, just like screaming at his mother, and his mother's like shouting back at him, being like, "You do not talk to me like that! You will sit down," this and that. I was like, oh my lord. And so I was too much of a vegetable. I did not want to knock on the wall or go knock on the door and go talk to them and them drag me into their problem, and I have to deal with that too. So I was like, oh, okay, next reasonable step is to call the front desk, right? Right. Have someone from the hotel deal with it. I'm fucking tired. This is my problem, but it's not my problem. Turn over to the phone. The C be like, oh yes, I can make a call to the front. The phone in this new room did not have the extension numbers for any place else in the hotel. It was a blank canvas on that. I was like, oh, and I couldn't for the life of me remember what the extension that I typed in on Sunday was when I called the front desk before they moved me to the new room. And I was like, oh, that's great. So I didn't do anything, and I passed out from exhaustion. I was like, you know what? I can't do with this anymore. Friday was the last day that I had training, and I was supposed to check out that day, because after I finished training, I would just be driving home. And, originally, I was getting up at about, 8:30 or so, about 8 o'clock or so, and then leaving at about 8:30 to go to drive down to training. 5 o'clock in the morning, though, the child is yet again screaming at somebody in his room, shouting at, "You will not do this, you will not do that, I want this, I want that." And I was like, oh my god. And I was like, no, I'm too tired for this. I'm gonna roll over and try to ignore it, because sometimes I can sleep through loud stuff. So I tried to roll over, but I tossed and turned till about 7:30, where I gave up. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get ready, and I want to check out earlier. I'm just gonna leave. I'm done. I'm checking out for the day. I'm grabbing my stuff, packing my car, and I'm leaving early. And I'll just, I'll go loiter around the powerless downtown near my training center. It'll be great. And that's what I did. And when I went to check out, I told the front desk, I was like, hey, I know you can't do anything for me now, but just so you know, for the other poor patrons that are also on that, block in the hotel, room 134, has a child that was been screaming literally all night, shouting and being, unruly and belligerent. Yeah, that's just, we hear through the walls, and the lady at the front desk was like, I'm so sorry, we already know about the problem, and, we're doing our best to deal with it. Thank you for informing us, but we've had other complaints as well, so thank you for letting us know. We are doing everything in our power to try to get this under control. I was like, okay, cool, not my problem, so I went to work that day. And thankfully, from then on out, it was pretty good, I went to training for the day. We got done a little early. I drove home. I was just so tired that I was just sitting there driving, staring at the road, and as it got darker and darker, and I got home, and my dog just was, I was so happy to see my dog. My dog Tomo. Tomo, my life. I needed my emotional support dog 2 hours after I got into Augusta. I was like, oh man. This is gonna be a long week, but that was my week last week. It's
It was definitely wild. And other things I can't necessarily talk about just because they're confidential to the company, but there was wild things that happened. It was just a lot. I'm very glad to be home now. But see, I told you I'd be talking for like an hour. I've done this like with 5 different people. I'm like, let me tell you about my week.
Only been 30 minutes.
Yeah, okay, you know, there we go. Only 30 minutes. Only 30 minutes. But yeah, you have all been filled in about what happened. You know, you guys were upset I wasn't here last week. I was upset I wasn't here last week.
I cried.
We all had a bad time last week, and I'm sorry for it, but it's okay. I am back now, and we have a new year ahead of us, and hopefully I don't have to go to training out there again. That would be great. Your interesting week.
Yeah, we were like,
Yep.
you might have internet, we could play Mario Kart, hang out when you're not training, and
Yep.
then...
Everything.
Nope.
Everything went down the toilet. I was so sad because I wanted to go check out. There was lots of like small businesses that were just like really kitschy. And I wanted to go check them out. Like there was like an ice cream shop, there was a bakery, there was a couple bookstores, there was like some like little boutique type places. Couldn't go to any of them. Power was out. The whole time I was there. I was like, ah, literally from day one. Like it was not meant to be. I'm like, I don't know what's going on now, but like this is the worst bout of bad luck that I've seen in a long time. And of course it's when I'm by myself in a place I don't know. Hope it's better now. Yeah, it's much better now. I'm home, and I get to be in my space and at my particular banking center, and there's power. And thankfully, I never lost power. The hotel had power the whole time, so they must have either not been affected or had a generator. But either way, I had power the whole time, which I was super thankful for. I don't know if it's inconsequential luck, it piles up. Well, yeah, it's inconsequential luck. It's just like, it's the straw that broke the camel's back. That's what always happens with me whenever I get like a lot of just bad luck that piles on me. Like I said, it's been a while since I've had like a like metric fuck ton just dropped on me like that. But it's really just minor stuff. It's just a lot of minor stuff all at once. We're just like, oh, man, you joking me? Like, it just gets to the point where I look at it and I'm just like, you know, it might as well. Like, the week that I've had, this might as well happen as well. Bring it on. Like, come on now. But, yeah, it just piles. Just piles and piles. But, unfortunately, I had to be an adult, so I dealt with it. But I've dealt with it, and I've come out on the other side. And I get to stream with y'all again. So, I get to talk with Soph. We get to play Ace Attorney when my Switch isn't dying. And I get to chat with you guys in chat, which is therapeutic. It's nice to be back in this routine again. Whenever I break my routine, I feel like I'm forgetting something, and I feel just lost.
Lost without Soph.
I'm lost without Soph. Even though I texted you and stuff like that, it wasn't the same. It wasn't the same.
I mean, if you're used to calling a person at least once, sometimes 2 to 3 times a week, and
Yeah.
you cannot talk to them for the better part of 2 weeks,
Yeah.
it just feels different.
I know, it does. And it's like, man. Or like even we're talking about like Ace Attorney's been 2 weeks, and I'm like, I feel it, you know? It feels
Yeah.
like it's been a while. It really has.
Again, I have not been in a call with you since the last time you streamed.
Yeah.
Even with you having been back since Saturday.
I know, because I did just kind of die this weekend. I died this weekend. Like, I slept for a good chunk of Saturday and then Sunday. I got up in the evening to do, like, dinner.
You were out on Monday, too.
Hmm?
You were out on Monday, too.
I was out on Monday, too. I was.
I was like, hey, guys, I'm not doing anything on Christmas. And you're like, that's nice. Good night.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm
I
sorry.
mean, if you needed it, you needed it.
Yeah. But I just took this weekend to recoup. And I should have another long weekend this weekend too, which I'm excited about. And I get paid holidays, which is the first time I got paid holidays. This is great. But yeah, it's nice. It's nice to be back. I definitely missed it. I don't want to live in last week continually. Please no. Too many things were wrong. Not just the things that were going wrong, but not talking to friends, not doing this, breaking the routine. I've become a creature of habit as I've gotten older. Once I set something, or like I schedule something that's fairly consistent, I feel lost whenever I change it. Not again, yes. We're all cozy up here together. I'll just hang out just for a little. But yes, I don't know. I've probably said it 5 times now, but I'm very thankful for all of y'all. I appreciate you, Soph, for hanging out with me and doing silly voices with me. Thank you. Glad. I'd be
So
sad.
desperately attempting to make as many different British accents as you can.
Yep. Yep. Now, at least I have, like, whereas in the original trilogy, I had a hard time, like, picking a voice for characters sometimes. At least now I have a little clearer cut of, like, the direction I should go, irregardless if I can execute it or not. I have a better idea of, like, a starting point at least. I will have to laugh, though, with my terrible Irish accent going Russian sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of it is that he is written sort of Irish.
Yeah.
There's a lot of word choices that I would have done differently.
Yeah. I've tried to kind of, like... Because they'll pick, like, certain words that they, like... Sometimes he'll say thing, T-H-I-N-G. Sometimes he'll say ting, T-I-N-G. And so I just kind of defaulted to trying to incorporate... Honestly, my inspiration for the voice is Jacksepticeye. That's the only Irish voice I can think of off the top of my head that I've consumed enough of to be able to replicate. So I was like, you know what? There we go. We're going off of what I can remember of how he pronounced things, how Sean pronounced things. But other than that, I was like, you know, I felt like it's sometimes I'm like, oh, that was a good pronunciation, and other times I'm like, no, we're just gonna glaze over that as quickly as possible. We're going to move on.
Thing is, like, I think I've talked about activation phrases before, a way of like getting into an accent or a voice, and his introduction is actually
Literally
a fairly decent one.
It was, yeah. That's why I was like, you know what?
And it also
I got
explains why you
this.
thought Jacksepticeye.
Yeah. Top of the morning, dear laddies. But I'm doing it. It's a fun voice, though. I like having fun voices like that instead of like 5 layers of trying to figure out different British accents to apply to a character.
Yeah. Like, it's between Herlock and the Chief Justice, it's fairly easy because the Chief Justice has a more intimidating presence, so I go a little bit deeper with that one.
Yeah.
The one that I've struggled with the most is Hosonaga.
Yeah.
Because I kind of accidentally gave him a British accent.
Yeah.
Because he had, like, the butler aesthetic going on at the beginning.
Yes.
I was like, this isn't right, but it's where we're at.
Yep. It's fine. I like your Hosonaga voice. Especially in, like, the scenes where he shows up, there is at least for me, there is a distinction between, how you voice. Obviously, you do Ryunosuke very similar to, like, your own voice. But...
I did have the Phoenix, too.
Yeah, well, it's just fine. He's the main character, you know? Like, you run with it. Like, I find that my Susato kind of jumps between how I approach Mia and Maya, which I'm like, you know, it works. It works. It's probably a predecessor of theirs, so whatever I'm doing, I can mix it. It's fine. But the way that whenever you have a scene like that, Ryunosuke, Sholmes, and Hosonaga are all talking together, there is distinction between each voice. Like, if I closed my eyes, I would know who you were speaking as.
Yeah.
Because it's not just like the tone itself, it's like the enunciation of letters? The enunciation of letters. The enunciation of syllables has a different approach to it. Like, where your Sholmes is a little looser and a little more, you know, ready to go. Like,
all right, we're kind of
His
suave in a way, but also,
stance his stances actually help a lot because
Yes.
it gives him like tone indicators, I guess,
Yeah.
in terms of how to do him.
Well, yeah, I think I've said this before, but whenever doing Ace Attorney stuff, whenever I see how a sprite poses, especially if it's a voice that I'm going to be using for quite a while, or it's a voice that I don't necessarily feel confident in, I will literally assume like I pose. Like for Franziska, every time I do Franziska's voice, I always make myself sit up in my seat, like I sit up real proper, like, right? And
Yeah.
I extend my left hand grandiosely to the screen. Like nobody can see it, but for me to do Franziska's voice, I have to sit up and extend my hand out to the side here. And you can think I can't speak. I can't think off the top of my head here, but it's just like assuming the position, the muscle memory helps me remember how I want to voice the character. And I've done that with a handful of different characters. Or like I will do gestures forward or movements and stuff like that. I'll nod my head around for some things. Like I will follow the cues of the sprites because the sprites have a lot of character to them. So I will take as many clues off of it to be able to, I guess, come up with a voice or a performance that I feel is befitting.
I mean, if you've ever seen recording sessions for voice actors,
Yeah.
they get really fucking animated a lot of the time.
Yeah. I can't remember who it was, but I remember hearing or a story or something about a Japanese seiyuu who was in the recording booth, and they were really getting into like their character, and like really it was really intense, and I think they might have been like not like screaming but like shouting, like, you know, angrily shouting something.
Yeah.
And so they were really getting into it and they started stomping. And so they're like, hey, we gotta retake that because you're stomping and it picked up every single stomp. You can't be doing that now. Like, we understand you've got to get in like character, but we can't have you stomping. We gotta record this properly, please.
Can't say I've done stomping during a stream.
Well, it'd be a little hard for me considering I not only sit down, but like I sit crisscross applesauce in my desk chair, so
Yeah.
that'd be a little
I feel that.
challenging. But yeah, I love doing these streams. Like, I listen back on the streams and I know that I really don't have that unique of a voice, or at least the voice doesn't change very much between characters. But it's always an invigorating experience to at least, like, I feel in the moment that I'm doing good, you know?
I think you do decent.
Thank you.
I mean, even Flan has chimed in on Ace Attorney streams before and said we do good voice work.
Yeah. I just do what I feel. Like, I do it from the heart. I don't know anything technical. I'm just like, I will try to do this voice. I put the soul into it, so even if the voice isn't very different, at the very least the emotion feels genuine.
Yeah. And I mean, having a different sort of set of emotions behind different characters kind of works, sort of like me and Sherlock.
Mhm.
Sherlock.
Well, I never did theater stuff, but I had a friend that did, I think, musical theater stuff with a local acting troupe. And she was telling me about her audition. This was like years and years and years ago when I was young. But she was telling me about her audition stuff because I've never done theater stuff. So it was very like interesting to hear a different performing art since I did ballet. To hear what a different audition process was like, you know? It's like, yeah, musical theater, there's like song and dance, so she obviously did some dancing for her audition, but I was like, I only know like the dancing side to things. Like, how does one audition for musical theater? And she's like, oh yeah, so like we do some dancing bits and then we also prepare a song that we sing, but they also will give us like an improv thing to do on the spot, like a cold read type thing. Where essentially she's like, at least for this audition, I had to read the same like small script, the same like short monologue for a character in like 4 or 5 different emotions. So it was the same words, but I had to present it as, you know, someone who's really happy, someone who's really sad, someone who's angry, someone who's confused, like stuff like that. I was like, that's super interesting. I'm like, you know, it really does make a difference sometimes, like the way that the performance in itself is not just like reading the lines, but the intentions that the actor themselves put into it, whether it's a gesture, whether it's a subtle body language type cue, whether, you know, they're tense or loose, and then also how their voice delivers it as well. So I'm like, this is very interesting. It's very insightful. But yeah, I'm too much of a weenie in front of people on stage to ever do acting, so I'll just sit here online in my own quiet little stream and have a good time. For funsies.
Having fun on stream?
Never. We only have scuff and technical issues here.
We're super serial 100% of the time.
Mm-hmm. Super serial, super say so.
Yep.
Especially on Ace Attorney streams.
Completely ignore the fact that we started off being not say so at all.
No, yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Look at your attorney's badge. I see your attorney's badge, Joshua. Thank you. Thank you for the throws. You're safe here. We got you. Thanks. I have much more confidence, like, streaming like this instead of... I think it's just because it's like, this is like my domain, you know? I can dictate how things go, and if people don't like it, they can just leave. But...
Domain expansion.
That's a reference.
That's it. Yeah. Jujutsu Kaisen.
Yes, that one. I watched like 4 episodes of Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm so upset.
I don't think they really get into domain expansion at the beginning, so...
Yeah, I don't know how far. I'm so sad though. I saw the spoiler and now I don't want to watch it. And I'm like, ugh, man. I did want to watch Jujutsu Kaisen, but maybe down the road I can find it in my heart to pick it up again. But anyway, I totally lost my train of thought. Domain expansion.
You feel comfortable in streams because it's your domain?
Yeah, like this is my spot here. So like nobody can criticize what I do here really. Like there's very few things that anyone could be like, "Hey, you are disallowed from doing that," or like judging me for it, and I feel like self-conscious about it, you know? Because if I joined, like, for instance, if for whatever reason I decided to join an acting troupe, like there would be a director, there'd be like a full audience of people in front of me. Here it's much easier because I see you guys in chat, but I don't have like people. I cannot. What's the word? I don't have a visualization of the eyes on me, so it's easier to just kind of, you know, it is what it is. Irregardless if there's nobody here or if there's 100,000,000 people here, I wouldn't care. Like, I don't have these eyes on me, so I don't get that self-conscious. Definitely a lot easier whenever I don't have direct people staring at me, talking to me.
Herlock Sholmes can see you, though.
You live in the walls with you. Like, I don't know how this man gets around. Oh my lord.
That's why we get along.
Damn. Well, tell him not to pop up in my room. I don't want to see him.
Okay. What if Soph popped up in your room?
I don't know. It depends.
That'd probably still be alarming.
It depends on what definition of soap we're using here. Like, are we talking about you? Where you just randomly pop up in my room? Are we talking about like one of the many random fictitious soaps that we've talked about popping up in my room? Why are you sending all the stare emotes? That's so mean as far. Don't stare at me. Don't stare into my soul.
I don't know, maybe the staring's because of the shit that I'm saying.
No, I think it's because I was saying, so I don't have so many eyes. I don't visualize the eyes staring at me here. No stare.
You know, I've kind of always wondered about that with stages. They'll have really bright lights at the front, and I wonder if part of that is so that you don't pay attention to the crowd as much.
I don't know, because what I've been told with acting, and with like dance too, is that
you want to acknowledge your crowd. Not anyone specifically, but you want to make eye contact with many different people in the audience if you can make eye contact. At the very least, train your gaze to different parts of the crowd whenever you're dancing, because it feels more personable that way, I guess. Especially whenever you have a more, like for ballet, for instance, there's a lot of roles where it very much so is just like a pretty ballerina that comes on stage and does her dance for 2 minutes, her little variation. And her charm point is that she's pretty and she smiles. And she does pretty dancing. That's it. There's nothing extra added to it. There's no acting elements. It really is just a very technical kind of pretty thing, because that's what traditional ballets were. But there are other characters, right? You know, like, that are more, they do dancing in ballets, but they're definitely a character. Like, they have a role that is motivated by something. They go through like a narratives versus like this is just the variation for this particular role. And with characters like that, I feel like I hear a lot more. It's very oh my gosh. Do you ever have a word on the tip of your tongue and you're like, is that how it's supposed to be pronounced? And you can't remember for the life of me. Imperative? I think that's the word I'm looking for. It's very important. It's very important for the character to not only emote, but also emote out into the audience. Yeah, I heard the same. It allows you to project your emotion faster. Yeah, exactly. And so I was always told as like a kid to be like, okay, you know, whenever you're on stage doing your little dance, right, you smile and you look out into essentially like usually in an auditorium, the doors, like the back doors will be kind of a good eye line that you can just tell little kids, oh, look at the back doors, you know, look at the string of lights above the doors here. But as you get older, they would tell me at least that, like, oh, you know, whenever you're doing this, try to move your gaze across the crowd, because it feels less like you may be on stage doing a really hard variation dying. But if you move your gaze around and kind of like add smaller gestures to it, it makes it feel more personal versus a Barbie doll with a plastered smile on their face shuffling through their variation and just mechanically doing their work. It adds more character. It adds more personability to the character versus just I am a doll dancing. I don't remember where this exactly derived from, as tangents of mine seem to go.
That is tangents in general.
My issue with words is that they're like slippery fish. I can think of a word and then forget it in a moment later and desperately struggle to get back. Yes. That happens to me too. I find that a lot of the words that I lose are literally when I'm about to say them. Like I am a conjunction word away from using it, and as soon as I get to the word, I'm like, I don't even know what I was going to say. I have the essence I feel the essence of what I want to convey, but I can't find the definition in my vocabulary to express it. Especially if I'm tired. My brain really doesn't work whenever I'm tired. It starts shutting down. As I feel most people's brains do. There's lots of deep, insightful talk about... I don't even know what. We've kind of gone down a performing arts type of thought line. I have at least.
Stemmed from, well, I was sort of part of it, but I don't do that as much as
Yeah.
We were talking about streams and
yes,
doing voices and the difference between doing voices in this environment versus an actual like professional environment.
You know, there was a while that I kind of wanted to be a voice actor, like when as most younger people or kids, right, that watch cartoons or anime and they see the voice actors behind it, you're like, I want to be a voice actor. And then I came to the conclusion quite young, quite early into that like aspiration, that I can't do voices very well. I have like my voice, but I can't really. I would be a one-trick pony. You have my voice and a variety of emotions and a variety of flavors, but it would be my voice. So I kind of gave up that dream pretty quickly.
The thing is, there's a lot of actors and voice actors that it's just them.
Yeah, I just don't think that. Again, it comes back to like I think I'm normal, right? And I don't have the acting experience, nor did I put in the effort or want to put in the effort to put acting experience into making myself a more valuable asset in that aspect. Because, you know, if someone's like, why should we hire you? You have one voice. I would have no answer for them. I'd be like, you know, you're right. I don't have anything to prove that, you know, I could do stuff. And so I was like, you know what? I don't like this enough to struggle like that. And I'm like, anything in a like artistic atmosphere, I knew I probably wouldn't want to do, just because one, it would burn me out, because my artistic passions are definitely like very fickle sometimes. I don't want it to be work. And then two, the pay would be so what's the word? I can't think of the word, but inconsistent. It would really be like the starving artist type of thing. I'm a voice actor. I'm scraping for work, you know. I didn't want to have that kind of stress in my life. So you do the Richard Ayoade? It's just his voice, but he started famous. I get, yeah, you know, people start famous sometimes, but I don't know. It is what it is. And I don't want to be a voice actor now. I can do funny voices with Soph here, and I'm very happy with that. I don't have to worry about someone deciding whether they want to pay me to do voices, or if they decide they hate what I'm doing and give me other direction, and I can't do other direction. I could decide exactly how I want the character to sound here. For better or for worse.
Like my relationship with drawing. I don't need to learn enough to be professional. I need to learn enough to be funny.
Yeah.
I use professional grade drawing software to make memes, not art.
Hey, no one.
I guess memes is its own kind of art.
Meme is its own kind of art. Like, there's no rules to how you use art software. Some people draw beautiful, you know, like they use the full what's the word? Capabilities of the software to make beautiful, you know, designs that you see like businesses use like professionally and stuff like that. There's other people that draw like naked anime girls on it, and then there's other people that just do memes. It's perfectly fine. It is a software for creativity, whatever comes from it.
I mean, to be fair, if I could have gotten into drawing for a porn, I'd probably have been set for life.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
So, what do you do for a living? Don't worry about it.
I'm an artist. Oh, really? Could I see your work? Well, it's all confidential.
Not unless you get okay with a lot of things really fast.
Okay, we're about to hit the hour here, so I'm gonna go ahead and do ad break again, and let's see if the Switch is charged enough, because it's been sitting here for an hour. We've had a nice little powwow, so you guys will hang on for just a little bit. We're gonna do our ad break and try to get back into it. I'm probably just gonna leave the Genshin music going, so if you want to dance to Genshin music, you are more than welcome to dance to Genshin music as far. Yes, we'll be right back, so hang tight, and hopefully we'll be back with Ace Attorney. Oh, it broke. We're back
Oh.
though. We're back. Let's see. It's not broken. It's
Did the Switch like fall asleep?
it might have. It's just essentially when the Switch is not docked and or off. That's what it does. So that. Thank you for the honk. There we go. The Switch is back. Oh my goodness. Oh right, I gotta move tits. Shh.
Gotta move your tits.
Gotta move my tits. Oh no, now my headphones are making noise. It's a great stream, y'all. It's a great stream. We're having a great time tonight. Everything's going.
Having a good time, having a good time.
You know, I'll take this over last week. Give me all the tech problems. Okay, not true. Don't give me network problems. I want to be able to talk.
I'm glad that hanging out with the Soph is preferable to whatever situation you had last week.
Oh, absolutely. That's why I said give me the tech issues as long as I can still talk. Because that's what makes the tech issues bearable. Being able to hang out. God damn it. Wake up. Wake up, fishy. Wake up.
Part of it's that you need to go to the home screen.
Yeah.
Otherwise it keeps doing that.
Yay! Okay, here. Turn off Genshin music. It's great. We are back in game. Plugged in my headphones so they charge. Okay. Moment of truth. Okay. Full battery. Are you sure about that? I'm not going to question.
It's been an hour.
It's true. Okay, I'm used to my crappy phone too. Whenever I'm assessing battery. Fully charging my phone.
Joy-Con batteries are not huge. I think they're only designed to last about... I was gonna say 3 hours, but that can't be right, because we stream for longer than that before.
We usually stream for 5 or 6 hours and they last. But I don't know how long they're supposed to last, but it is charged now, so. We are back. We are back in Ace Attorney, which I'm glad, because it was
Santa Claus.
Back with Santa Claus. You know, Christmas is over, so he's taking up his, you know, being Santa Claus is a seasonal position for him. He only has to do that one night a year. So for the other 364 days, he's a judge here in Great Britain.
Every time I see this line, it throws me off.
Ah, yes.
Yeah. In times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. Except every time I read it as baristas.
Baristas. They use Starbucks employees to influence the decisions.
I see that you've deemed them guilty, but what if I gave you a coffee?
What if I gave you a coffee with your name spelled wrong? How would you like your name spelled?
We don't even know their names. They're just jurors 1 through 6.
It would be like Jirrer. Juror.
That procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit really, so it rather fell out of use.
I wonder why. Oh gosh, I gotta sit up. Oh, gotta sit up, do my voice deeper. And it's probably not that much deeper when I go review the footage. Because it was devoid of purpose.
It does get a bit deeper.
It does?
Yeah.
Okay. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age. It is deeper, cool. I'm glad it's deeper. I try my best. Anytime I go review voices, unless it's like I'm doing like a lot of hard or something, there's not really a big difference in my ears at least. I'm especially going between different girl characters.
Part of it is that we aren't good at judging our own voices.
It's true, yeah. Especially whenever it's not like my usual voice. Because like I'm fine with my voice, but overall, I hear myself and I'm like, well, that didn't really change much.
I think because of weird tangent. Sorry.
Go for it.
The reason why our voices sound weird in a recording or a phone call or voicemail or whatever is that it is bass notes that mostly travel through like the bone structure directly into your ear from your vocal cords. So I think it mostly affects just people with deeper voices. So typically more masculine voices. So I think that's probably why it bothers you notice it less. So
yeah, I don't have like a super high voice, but at the same time I don't have a deep voice either. I skew more.
It's not being high, it's the absence of bass.
True, yeah. Very true, very true.
Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? I wish you would go back to calling him Naruhodo-san. It's so much easier.
Summation examination. Our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out or admit defeat?
Nope, admit defeat. Bow out now. Go home with your tail between your legs.
The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord. Now.
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried. I should read the line before I actually go saying it.
But if it's alright, it's alright. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination.
This is madness.
This is London.
Kicks you into the sinkhole.
We've brought in a new crime scene in the middle of the court. That's just a hole in the room. Yes.
Yes. Is a space whale gonna jump out of the abyss?
Is a what?
Is space whale gonna jump out of the abyss?
Yeah.
Nice.
Orban, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Eh? Well, I'm not, There's no mention of this letter I received, you see, so... All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they've reached the decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot.
I don't think so.
This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before.
I don't really hold with all this justifying, Lark. That seems to have thrown the jurors off.
It seems none of them have experienced this before.
Alright then. Summation examination. Defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for. Turn this trial around.
But time to roll credits again.
Graduation number 2.
Graduation number 2. Twice in one night.
So be it then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant Magnus McGildu guilty of the most serious crime.
Official findings. The
Guess we're
juror.
gonna deal with this again in the future.
Yeah. It's got its own splash art.
Yep.
The jurors' contentions.
Sir? There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him.
I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence.
He's like the chap next to him, just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. Juror number 4 is just dead.
Type it away. Her arms are still moving as she slumps in her chair. She's still got to steno this particular court case.
I've simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn a logical conclusion.
You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. Wait. No, I don't do math on off days. Alright.
I'm technically not on the clock right now, but
The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. It beggars belief.
Ma'am? I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. I
somebody.
found 2 contradictions.
I know.
Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they?
Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I'll have to throw everything I can at them, and use some very persuasive language.
Use your rhetoric.
Fuck.
Like fuck?
Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo.
Please don't use profanity. That's probably not going to work. According to this book here, it says profanity will not help. According to my book, that's not quite how it works.
Every time the character says according to, my brain tries to auto-complete it incorrectly.
According to the judgment of the Oratory's Mechanic Analyst Cardinal.
Oh. I thought I was going to have to follow their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant.
Hey, rhetoric! I used that word a minute ago.
Unfortunately. Once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says.
But then...
They've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become.
What on earth am I supposed to do?
Oh dear. I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo.
Wait, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work then?
Well, from what can I
understand? I don't know what can I understand? I can read this first the proper way to try to understand.
Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments.
What do you mean?
Everything that they say can and will be used against them.
Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. Thank you for the celebrate, Necro. I don't know what we're celebrating, but thanks for the celebrate concussion.
They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together.
And that's the way to break them down, you mean?
Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, We then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against one another.
I see. So it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for.
Oh, well, at least we have 2. We know 2. We got this.
In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination.
Oh, yes, I suppose you're right.
Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right.
I will. I have to.
I have to pull this off. I have to channel Apollo.
Yeah.
Can we stop proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this, expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord.
Tovo, now is not the time to be scratching at the door, please. Hold on. Let me go let my dog in. Usually he doesn't come to me. Usually he's brought by someone because he doesn't want to come to me. Oh, it's so warm in this other bed. Sitting with these other people. Why would I come sit in a bed without you? Oh shit! I forgot I'm corded. Damn headphones. I almost ate it like hardcore. Hold on, give me a second. Not going down over my shit. Oh my gosh, I just need to sit still and not move. That's what I need to do. Don't get tangled in my own headphone cord. Don't run into my bookshelf and knock my fingers off again. Just need to sit still and do the defense's rebuttal. Okay. I don't know if pressing hurts us. We already identified our... Also, that's a little strange too. Because wasn't his picture like a very direct, like as if you were sitting across from him?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, if you were right-handed and you kind of swung around next to him, maybe. But if we're going off of like the trajectory of this guy, it seems pretty like sideways.
And the flashbacks from the witnesses had him sitting next to him.
Yeah. That's true. But if we are... If it's 4 pence per passenger, right? That contradiction.
Right.
Mr... Oh my gosh, what was his name? Willy Wonka could have been on the other side of the carriage and or maybe stowed away in the storage hold, right? And it could have been someone else because no one saw their faces. Four pence for years. Let's press you first.
Someone should cost to take the omnibus? That's right. As the guild master, I decided to set a policy for all drivers across the city. One fare, no matter which bus you take or how far you're going. You have to compete with the rise of the motor car, you see. Us coachmen have to make a stand together. Motor cars, you say? Yes, and this murder on one of our buses is extremely damaging to our cause. Beyond the pale. The leader declining passengers, you mark my words. It's all that rascal's fault. He has to pay. Is it the crime or his buses he's more worried about? Anyway, every member of my guild is reliable and trustworthy. Sure, the driver says he saw him do it. That fellow in the dock is as guilty as sin.
Alright, angry grandma.
I really think you should stop waving that needle around.
You heard what the good coachman said before, didn't you? That hideous man said the poor fellow. Just like this.
Yes, that is what he said. You're right. No.
She looks like she's doing the, like, fingers. Doot, 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 doot.
McGilded Park is such a lovely little place, too. I've always enjoyed resting my legs there while I get on with my knitting. And I had thought that anyone who donated such a delightful place must be a fine fellow indeed. I suppose I was wrong. Whoever would have thought he was a miserable, murdering moneylender with not a scrap of remorse?
Oh well. She's as sure as sure can be that he's guilty now.
The old lady certainly seems to know her mind, doesn't she? So, we just need to find two jurors with contradictory statements and pit them against each other. Which is so much easier said than done. Is that perhaps what you were just thinking?
How did you know?
Well, I took the liberty of doing some research, in case you happen to find yourself in such a situation. Shall I read you what I found out? It's a little long, I'm afraid. Go for it. Is this a rehashing? Very well. Listen to this. During the summation examination, you will hear the assertions of 6 members of the jury. In this situation, the counsel for the defense should use X and pit the impunity. Having done so, you will be able to compare the chosen assertion with those of your other jurors. Select the corresponding buttons to listen to the other jurors' assertions again. Note that you cannot choose the assertions of the jurors you initially selected, nor can you choose assertions of jurors who have changed their leaning to not guilty already. Once you've compared the various jurors' assertions, work out which two contradict each other, and then pit them together with X to pull them apart.
I see. She wasn't joking when she said it was long.
The first step is to listen very carefully to what each individual juror has to say. Then I'm sure you'll start to see which ones might not quite agree with each other.
Alright then. Let's get this right now, so I never have to listen to that long and boring explanation again.
You know, it could have been worse. That's the spirit. Okay, I guess...
Because she specifically mentions the 20 pence, so I don't think he was... If you're doing the math problem anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. The maid is the one that mentioned the 20 pence.
Yeah.
You're going to pit him against
the maid.
10 black cup. What?
Not the maid?
No, you hit X on the first guy. So you're pitting him against somebody.
There we go. There we go. Okay, I see.
I was like,
see.
oh no.
They were about to go down a terrible path just because she's not doing what she needs to do. I'm sorry, it takes me a minute to learn new things, okay? I'm a little slow on the initial uptake.
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. They do? Explain yourself, Counsel.
Me? Oh dear, what have I said?
I swear on Silver Blaze's mane and name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there was 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence and fares.
Quite right. I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me.
And juror number 5 also told us the following. Fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. And it is a fair and convenient single price, just the way London's carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all.
Quite literally.
In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man, why? When Ryanosuke shook his head, I also found myself shaking my head.
You get into it. Especially since these sprites are a little more animated since they're 3D models.
Yeah. 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication...
Ah! It would be 16 pence!
Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare? Yes, in other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible there's another passenger we've heard nothing about. Oh, gracious! This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men, one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword.
The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy.
I beg your pardon? Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus. Alright then, how do I make this miserable trial end? I totally read that line correctly.
It's okay.
Well, according to my book here,
You simply launch a ball of fire into the innocent side of the set of scales.
Oh, Joe, how close is that, coachman? Archman.
Arch! Oh, there you're going.
I shall get my hands on you, Beppo. This is all very irritating.
begging your pardon, sir, I'm going to do the same.
Oh, Mike! Not you as well. Who's Mike? His initials start with M. It could have been him.
Michelangelo.
A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters.
Oh, really?
I, for one, think it's only proper we hear from the witnesses again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo! You did it! If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue.
2 more, actually. There is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions.
Then that's where you must strike next.
So we need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction in their assertions.
I know this one.
Exactly. You can do it.
Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue the summation examination.
Alright. Your turn.
Those two statements are completely contradictory. What? Flame Council post-haste.
Oh dearie me. I was only knitting a jumper for my other half.
Your other half's quite small. What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? I'm actually really stupid. I don't know why I'm here.
I spent all my money on these nice clothes. I'm actually from the slums. I don't know how to read, write, or speak.
He did mention that he hates the rich.
He does,
so...
yes.
We've heard from more than one witness. They allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, turn number 3. What? Can't you see that I'm busy here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Ah, want to test me, do you? It's like this. Struck the fellow next to me without even getting up. Just like the prim banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony. Quite true. Now then, juror number 6.
Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man?
How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam?
Oh, well, dear. As far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so.
Now don't move. Take a look at these two jurors. It's like the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions. What?
Bless my stitches. What a muddle.
What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth.
Oh,
But why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience?
lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies. The scales.
I don't believe it. Wait. Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you. You cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's really some TV assistant, also using magic on us all.
Yep.
Yes, in his black suit.
Yep.
I guess it's kind of like a dark brown.
What?
The juror. It's kind of a dark brown suit.
What does the dark brown have to do anything about it?
My brain was thinking that it kept processing it as a black suit that he was wearing.
Oh, okay.
So I thought it was funny. It's like, yeah, she's got dark colored clothing on. That means she's bad.
Yeah.
I could use magic. Do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Answer me this, Doug Jinx. Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it if two witnesses have slightly different recollections of events? What of it? Let's say Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus. And this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor and then the Shylock stabbed him again. And this old lady saw him do it.
Okay.
Well, what should say it didn't happen like that? Hmm?
Well, this particular body,
I believe only has one stab wound, sir. The knife was found lodged in his stomach.
What are you calling a dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you.
Who are you calling old? Why I should take this needle to you?
They're ready to kill each other now.
that's cute.
But could the foreman of the jury be right? The two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime.
I think it's out of the question.
So what's that
Stab
mean?
Yeah. Yeah, it's out of the question. I didn't see two different moments of the same crime. Out of the question.
Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. Oh, what is it, you dark jinx? Come on, out with it. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What? What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. And we're not putting you on trial here.
No.
As the foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction.
Yes, and heed my words here, why there couldn't have been two stab wounds.
So where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. Actually, the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof. Looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him as something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime, as proven by... but we have an updated autopsy report with more knife wounds.
Shh! Don't tempt him. Don't tempt him, so...
This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen. Only once. Yeah, only once. It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen two different times. Alright, I concede defeat.
You did it!
Wait, that means... 4 jurors are now leaning not guilty.
We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won! Not quite. A step in the right direction.
What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. We had a consensus. I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. If the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head.
Please.
So
Stop.
this is weird. Like, even coming from me, that's weird.
Please stop.
He's Sonny, he's a barber.
I don't know if I want my barber licking a blade that essentially.
No, I don't want him licking my blade at all.
Yeah, I'm good.
Well, in a quite remarkable turn of events, the adventure's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to
Educate you about
The trial
education.
must continue. That's right. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places. And I call upon all of you to continue the pursuit of the truth. So, Lord Van Zykes, continue to substantiate the cause for the prosecution, if you please.
Oh, gotta sit up again. Oh, gotta pour himself in the glass. I understand.
Your Honor, I am absolutely shit-faced at this point.
Oh. Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice, it may seem crash to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy.
Lord Van Zykes. Hey, is it cold in here, or is it just me?
As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. So I honored a deathly silence, and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No. And why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us I almost said protect, let me read before I speak. So let us proceed to the next round of battle. I am disrobing. Bring forth the witnesses once more. Witnesses. I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to endure.
Oh, yes, sir. I did, sir.
Of course I heard it.
Oh, yes, sir. I heard it. Oh, sir. On the end. The coachman. I believe it's Peppo. Yes, my lord, sir? What transpires that in your previous testimony? You're attempting to veil the presence of a 5th passenger on your omnibus. You were found guilty of perjury. You're advised to bear that in mind, sir.
Are we actually gonna follow through on that in this game? Is perjury gonna be an actual threat?
Oh, mio dio. Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. To explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination.
Witness testimony. Various misgivings.
I only carried four passengers that night, I swear it. But
Well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus.
he fiddled us on the fare, he did. And then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much.
I tell you, I saw McGillis stab that man. Stabbing that man, I mean, everything I said before stands.
Oh, yes, he's just stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes.
You think?
Counsel, make sense of this for me, please.
The phantom fifth passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. Nor was there a phantom sixth man on the fall. on the no, that was encouraged to do. Oh, I'm reading my own jokes here. Oh, the Saban basketball, not Saban, but oh, forget it. Forget it. We're moving on. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cosenage. Cosenage? I don't know. We're using some real, we're using some $5 words tonight.
Beppo, explain yourself. Terribly sorry, Guildmaster. Guild's fare is 4 pence across the board, you know that. You might understand that you've been overcharging your passengers by a penny a fare. It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty. You've been dishonest, coachman. I'm sorry. Oh, a disgrace, Beppo! A disgrace! Selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild. If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. What?
4 passengers at 5 pence each is... yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently.
No, that figures. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained.
Well, drat.
So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please.
We've already had the pleasure of protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor game.
Absolutely.
Okay, before we get into the cross-examination, I can't believe it's been an hour since we restarted this again. I don't know, maybe I'm just too into it again. But let's do our ad break here real quick. Keep pre-roll ads off. We will continue forth with it from there. So hang tight just a little bit. We get this pulled up here. We'll be right back.
Okay. We are back. Attention music. Let us do our witness cross-examination. Okay, so we need to find contradictions. I've forgotten what they said already. I know they were talking about how the fair was different. Pens for the bus. All too much. Everything I said before stands. I know. He wouldn't have been able to see anything. He sits right there, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He wouldn't be able to see shit inside the cabin. I think so, yes. Maybe. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. Ah, shit, that was the end one. Yeah, it was.
Yeah. The I think so is kind of throwing me.
Yeah, like, that threw me earlier, too, but I was just putting two and two together where I'm like, wait, he's a driver, where does he sit? Did he even have a view? No, he didn't. He couldn't see shit. He could see the two people on top. That's it.
I could say that he would see it after the stabbing happened, because it was originally implied that he stopped the coach and looked.
Yes, but he did not witness it happening.
And not long ago, this trial very nearly came to an end. Somehow we've managed to keep our chances alive here. I can't waste his cross-examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light.
If you're not careful when you press these witnesses, the danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful as they did before.
Maybe, but we can't let the fear of that happening stop us from uncovering important new information.
Yes, you're so right.
I need to pay careful attention here. I don't want to miss even a flicker of a reaction among these witnesses.
A reaction. Remember, if you happen to spot one of the witnesses reacting in a strange way, don't hesitate to pursue them as the reason. Yeah, he's the weirdo out of these three. He's being
All of
strange.
his statements were weird.
Oh. Yes. Mata!
Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor, and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. I suppose. I might help you, you know, yes, put the cart before the horse, maybe. What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the sheets on the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. Then when I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor, and the knife was sticking up from his midriff. That's right, yes, and the fellow holding the handle was the famous man. Yes.
Holding the handle?
I'm sure. Huh. You didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all. I really thought that I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, did I?
Well, you're being...
Hey,
Hey.
excuse me.
Well, kind of is. It's a funny... It's a funny, what's the word? Translation. But...
Yeah.
Chotomate. Could be along those lines. Wait just a minute. Hold on. Excuse me. Not necessarily in the way of like, oh, excuse me, pardon me, coming through. Because that'd be the sumimasen, but... Be like, ah! Hold your horses. Excuse me. Choto.
You have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay?
Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. You didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh.
Are you asking me or telling me? It's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information. From
I
you if
love
answer
that
your question.
animation. I'm sorry. I love that animation. He's so done, but he's like, well, it's kind of like the, what's the word? His physical version of like, well, gotta pick myself up by my bootstraps. Let's get back into it.
I kind of took it as like readjusting your tie, but he doesn't have a tie.
That's true, yeah. Gotta put myself back together again for this bullshit. Back in we go.
But you just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed?
Some days are like that. That's so funny. That's something I would say. Like,
It is what it is.
it is what it is. It be that way. Like, that is such a me thing to say. Would he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? Okay, wait. Who is the he that we're referring to? Are we referring to Beppo or Mr. Fairplay?
Beppo, I assume.
Well, we have a handy dandy log here. This is so nice. Let me double check here. I feel like it's Beppo, but I was half paying attention and I got distracted by his cute little armband adjustment. Excuse me. Okay, it is about Beppo, I think. No chance. He definitely didn't see it.
Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight on the top of an omnibus, that is.
Peeping? I'm a respectable city bank, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as Ballarat Day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you.
Thank you, Mr. Fairplay.
No, excuse me. I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord.
I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw.
Oh, I can do that all right. I'll tell you just how grim it was. You think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after that butcher stabbed the man? Really, no.
They're not soaked, per se.
And not hands, per se.
Yeah, that's true. Blood soaked.
Ahem!
Well, perhaps Soph is laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it.
You saw that from the roof? Through the skylight?
Well, the skylight's reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. And there was a lamp on inside the carriage as well. So I'm quite sure of what I saw.
This banker's latest statement. I feel sure there's something not quite right about it.
His credit card statement's not coming out quite right. When you feel something doesn't add up, Mr. Naruhodo, that's when you should have a good look through the court record. Okay, we cycled.
Yep.
Let's come back. Back around. No, I can't remember when this game came out. But I kind of like the models, to be honest. I've been thinking about them for a while, being like, I'm not sure, because it's a big change from flat 2D and then 3D. But I think I like them.
Yeah. Though it is interesting to see Funzikes, because it's just a very different art form than most of the characters we see.
I'm sorry, to see who?
Venzikes.
Oh yes, he's very strikingly different, which I'm sure was intended, but...
But Fair Play kind of falls into that too, but...
Yeah. Okay, and then...
I guess my thought is present the gloves on this?
Yes, I just had to remember how to get there. I was sitting like,
we're hiding all the buttons on you?
yeah, I know, we're hiding all the buttons. I can't see anything.
Blood-soaked hands?
Well, I admit that Soph might be laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it.
Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar.
What?
Nani?
Ani? Omae wa mou shindeiru.
Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question.
Oh, yes. Right.
And there certainly does appear to be a sizable amount of dark-colored stain in there. But, as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. Is he eating his tongue?
Please don't make that motion, sir.
It's like a shake weight. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent.
Yeah! But... No, that can't be right.
So you're the liar here then?
You're right, it's not right. It's not right.
Gah! Quit doing that to your cane, sir!
That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said, Hirg! It was both hands. You said Hirg.
Oh. Okay.
He was doing that earlier when we caught him on the...
That is true. It wasn't a full view though. I totally forgot he did it.
I honestly thought it was his mustache at first.
He's stretching out his mustache, yeah.
Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
I... It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't.
can. Sure, I can.
No. Yes, it wasn't both hands. It was only one. But the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused.
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands. Which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court.
Gah! Why? Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate? Prevaricate!
Claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case?
Mr. Naruhodo, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide in this trial completely.
Something to show this man has a compelling reason to lie in his testimony.
Oh.
Hehehe. Let's open her up.
Portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets on London's gentry.
Oh dear. Do you really think we ought to look inside?
Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Or from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder.
I assure you we will not find Mr. Sholmes' name inside.
Well, let's see what we find.
Found this Sherlock Holmes guy, though.
Wait.
Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it?
Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off.
Ah! Goodness!
What is it?
Look at this! Do you see this name here?
Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something? Should that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually.
This is Phoenix's ancestor for sure. The blood is carried through the 21st century. It has indeed.
Bruce Fairplay! The witness testifying at this very moment!
Yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here?
Please! Ryunosuke, please!
He borrowed 20 guineas, did he? Look, the repayment date is fast approaching.
It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course. But this could be very useful information. The details of the debtor's ledger has been updated in the court record.
Cool. Anything exciting? Nope, I figured that was probably it. I have evidence.
My lord. Yes, counsel. The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony.
Please, no!
Don't. Okay.
Stop!
Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court. This is the list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilted.
Yes. A list of innocent victims crippled by the accused extortion.
The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name. Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Why is it in your notes?
I don't know. Maybe he scribbled it down because he can't touch the evidence. I don't know.
Could be. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused?
No. Well, it's barely worth being called a debt.
In this letter, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable amount. Some money, would you say?
Ah! Well, what of it?
I suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents state that a loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, with the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist.
Cease to exist?
Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw? In a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant?
Gorg.
Nibble, nibble.
Hmm?
Nibble, 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 nibble.
Nibble, 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 nibble.
Order, order, order! Mr. Bruce Fairplay.
Yes, my lord.
That just makes it worse.
Yeah.
Let me ask you again. Be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time in which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Sir. Silence speaks volumes. It's not the silence that bothers me.
No.
It's
No, it's indeed not only the noises, but the actions of which I'm hearing with my eyes, as Sholmes would say.
You did not tell the truth in your testimony.
All right, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did.
The whole thing is melodrama.
Sorry, sir, you're an ace attorney. Will always be melodramatic. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch.
A pinch?
But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on McGild's hands. Both of them.
And yet, only one of the defendant's legs, which we have here as evidence, was stained.
So you keep saying stop! Why?
I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir. Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I remember seeing it myself, as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one.
Gosh, this fucking hat. My heart.
What? What? It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. To make myself perfectly clear.
Yes.
It just makes it sound like he's deep throating the thing.
Yeah. And that one. Yeah. I don't know. Mr. Naruhodo!
It's not working.
It's good news. Of course, the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last, even if I'll be a bit lewd. But never mind that.
Yes. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. Things are only allowed to be homoerotic between the male leads. Come on.
Come on now. You're injecting yourself into the narrative when you're not supposed to. What the witnesses really saw.
There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say I didn't see the exact moment of the stabbing transpired, if that matters.
It does. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't see anything myself, no. Not until I heard that scream.
Anyway, the fact remains there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen. I can read.
We would all would have
Seen.
seen. Well, lo and behold. Truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. Y'all shot. Get out.
I apologize, my lord. But honestly, there was no one else inside the carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. Quit chomping on your fucking cane. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it.
That's really not what testimony is about.
Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible in the seat, corroborating the witnesses' accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case.
Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel. Yes, my lord.
Okay.
The little face-off thing really highlights the difference in their art styles.
It really does.
Or I guess artistic direction.
Yeah. I kind of like it though, because it's like, it's not an art style that's so far, you know, out in left field that it feels out of place, but it's so starkly different. Like, no, like, Van Zyk's is so much older looking and taller than sweet baby-faced Ryunosuke that it really, like, it gives a visual perspective of just the contrast, I guess. It's interesting. I like it. I like how he looks older too. Okay, there's blood on both hands of the assailants. I remember that. Or I suppose you might say I didn't see the exact moment, if it matters. This man in his hat is going to give me heart palpitations. The knife. Seeing both the attackers' hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, no, not until I heard the scream. Anyway, the fact remains there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen. I feel like that's a bit. I know we've already looked at it, but I have to wonder if now's the time to, like, add it to the court record. Okay, I'll go with this door. This door's gonna make a noise. I'm gonna be so upset with this door closing. Close. Close. Okay. It's better with music. It was, like, dead silent last time we looked. New verbiage.
See, it looks reasonably soft, but it's actually rather hard when you sit on it. Only just wide enough for two gentlemen to sit side by side, really.
Of
course, an English gentlewoman would be dressed in such finery. It would be quite impossible for her to climb up into the roof deck, so she would have to be seated in here.
A woman in a kimono could have the same problem. These clothes are very impractical, aren't they?
Yeah. No pockets.
See, there's a handle, it seems.
Wow.
It's like all sorts of equipment might be needed to keep the omnibus running.
This one feels familiar. Yeah. Wow.
But this is a very short man.
He is. I feel like he could squeeze in there. Do I have a button for profiles? No. Can I? No, no buttons for profiles, huh? A for examine, X to present, B for back. Is... Oh, Y doesn't do anything.
I thought there was a profiles thing at one point.
A what?
I thought there was a profiles thing, but it's like the
There
very
is.
first case.
There is. I think it's just selective when it lets you.
Yeah.
I can't see Benzag's profile, how unfortunate.
One thing bothers me if you look at the photo.
This one?
Yeah. Like, it feels like it'd be really hard for there to be blood where it is.
Yeah.
I know that's not relevant currently, I don't think.
Yes, I agree.
but still.
Because it's just localized on his stomach. And it would get everywhere else, like on his lap, and you would see it trail down his chest.
Right. Shouldn't be like toward the front of the seat.
Yeah. How strange. Okay. Put my thinking cap on. I was so certain it was this one too, this statement. I guess I can press it. Because we haven't pressed anything, have we?
I don't think so.
Okay, let's press it. Mata!
And everything you saw of the instant was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus?
That's right. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over.
Oh yes, I remember. I was shivering, it was so bitter. So that begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof of the deck in the first place.
Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin.
Oh? Why not?
It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door.
It was locked?
That's right. It's a public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play.
Wait. Yes, I had exactly the same experience. So do you mean to tell me we have another locked door, or locked room mystery?
Fuck, man.
I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below.
Well, I can assure you I wasn't just looking down. I was glaring long and hard. Like my cane. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else in that cabin, I would have noticed. unequivocal, I would say.
I'm not sure about these two witnesses.
I don't know. Oh, that was a line. Sorry, I thought that was a comment. I'm like, yeah, I don't know either.
Yeah. That's the problem with how I voice Reno's.
Mhm. So natural.
They really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight?
I don't think so. Because they would have only... looking at it. They would have only been able to see the... Oh! They wouldn't have been able to see the... What's the word? The roll-up seat. The, like... Not roll-up, that's not the right word. The, like...
Oh, handle?
The handle seat. So no, they might not have been able to. Because their perspective only gives them half the carriage.
Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You're riding this omnibus. And witness the events in the cabin through the skylight on the floor on the upper deck. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
In that case, there's a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight for you.
What? My controller vibrated on that.
My golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied. But at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here, in the flesh.
That's flesh. Terrifying.
I don't want that flesh.
Oh well, I'll uphold the prosecution's demand.
Oh my gosh, was my hotel room bed made of flesh since it felt like plywood?
Yeah.
Damn, that's disgusting.
Your week got worse, even after it was over.
Yep.
You'll identify the area on this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that this potential extra passenger could have been situated?
On the other seat. Right here.
Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of travel. Whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other. Which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is its left drawn here. Ah! That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it.
No, don't. Don't you dare. Drop it. Drop it.
It's quite possible. Some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. Ambiguity, I can speak.
Every time I see Nipponese, all I can think of is Nipponese.
Oh, that's gonna be my tagline.
I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In the British court of law, evidence is paramount.
I can make your heart go neep neep nee. Sorry.
I cannot entertain this conjecture, Council. That is, unless you are able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude.
Can you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Can I?
Don't know, can we?
I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat? It was out of sight from the witness on the roof deck.
I have no idea. Let's just call it here. We put in enough effort. Time to wrap it up and go home. Can I look at profiles? Ah, there we go. My goodness.
Strong heart.
Yep. Why does he look so old? He looks so old.
That's
He looks about as old as him. And he's 20 years younger.
It's the eyes.
It is the eyes, yeah. They're thin and dead. And I like his design though.
Well, smaller eye to face ratio typically indicates older characters.
True. Plus he's got like he's very scrunchy in the face. Like he scrunches his eyebrows. He has very furrowed expressions, so he's got a lot more wrinkles on his face. And he's got a scar too, doesn't he?
He's got a handful of scars, so maybe he just squints all the time to keep his eyes safe.
I don't know, maybe. Yeah, whatever's attacking him. Also, hi Samurai! It is a Michi. Michi is back from work training hiatus. Play Ace Attorney. Thrice fired. I almost said thrice fried again.
Every time I see his name, I'm like, this man got fired 3 times?
Yeah. Poor man. You know, I think I realized why I wanted to say thrice fried. Because rice is in thrice. And I think fried rice when I see this. Oh. You know, his design kind of reminds me of the Layton character. Just like, not a specific one, but just the silhouette reminds me of a Layton-esque character. Same with him.
There's a handful of those in this game.
Yeah. Who would have been... Who could have been in the other seat which was out of sight from the witness on the roof deck? Atsuzo. It's not the Lord Chief Justice, would it? No.
Yeah, we're gonna find Lord Chief Justice innocent within 24 hours of showing up in London.
Yeah.
Guilty
within... We'd like, ah yes, we've got a test for you. You will never be able to figure it out. Ha 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 ha. And then we figure it out.
Fuck.
Nothing's pointed to him though, so I don't think so. Barack Van Zykes.
How come the judge isn't on here? Curious.
What do you have to say for yourself, Santa Claus?
I wonder if the judge ever gets to name any of these games.
I don't know. I also don't know who to put here.
The only thing I could figure would be McGillicuddy or whatever the fuck his name is.
Yeah.
McGillicuddy. I don't know why I would, like, scrimp for his name, considering it's just gilded, but Irish.
Yeah. I don't know. Who could have been in the other seat, which was outside the windows or deck? I have to have an inkling, so we'll just see where it leads us.
I understand, my lord. The defense? Let's put forward a name.
Oh dear. And he also is like, oh dear.
Oh.
You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations.
Are you just Edgeworth and Godot?
A toast. And Von Karma's, apparently.
To hard lessons, not yet learned.
There was a moment, so I don't know much about him, other than seeing like some sprites and like gifts from the sprites and stuff. But there's a moment where he points over to Ryunosuke, and he uses his left hand, so he has like his back turned. But the, I guess, relaxedness and like how he holds himself, like there's purpose, but there's like a relaxedness to it. Reminded me a lot of a Clavier gif of him pointing and extending, because he's very lackadaisical about like his what's the word? I can't think of the right like. I can't word right now. He kind of sits into his hip. There we go. He kind of sits into his hip as he points, because he's a stylish rock star, so he must look cool when he poses. But Von Zykes earlier did that pointing pose, and he was very like relaxed in his shoulders and kind of leaning into it. I'm like, oh my gosh, I see like all the prosecutors in this guy. Just a little bit, little bits that I know of them all. I see little pieces here and there.
Let us not delay, Counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat.
You got this, Apollo.
This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial around in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, person like behind the seat in the omnibus cabin that was secured from view was...
It was helpful. Barack Van Zykes, obviously. What's obscured from view was... No, it's just one. It's not going to hurt that bad.
Passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see must have been Mr. Magnus McGilded.
Mick.
Mr. McGilded? I think we're actually on the right path.
Wow.
What are you talking about, Counsel? That's the name of the defendant.
Oh.
How?
I don't know, I like it though.
If I disagree,
They're enclosed.
What?
They're enclosed, though.
Enclosed?
That shouldn't have flared up like that, because
yeah.
wine wouldn't have, like, regardless
No.
of how alcoholic it was,
No,
it shouldn't have gotten into the fire.
See, the methodology with that particular glass of wine there, it wasn't from the flames that he was throwing at, it was the impact of being thrown against the lamp, because his glass of wine was just like the glass of whatever the queen from Deltarune had. It just explodes. You just toss
had
it.
battery acid.
Okay, battery acid. Maybe he drinks battery acid. We don't know if that's wine. It could be red-colored battery acid for all I know. It's got a Grim Reaper.
Okay.
Look! It's got a Grim Reaper on the front here. We don't know what this is. This could be corrosive.
Okay.
I've said my bit. I've made my case. Take it as you will.
if I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice, do you forgive the discourtesy?
Lord Van Zeeks.
People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning culture of their own. but I see they use the terms ill-advisedly.
What are you trying to say?
Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side.
Can't see his full getup.
Nope.
He's very colorful, though.
I think what he's getting at right now is kind of the point that we're trying to drive at.
Yeah.
Is that the person that they saw sitting next to the victim that stabbed the victim is not the defendant.
Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built.
That premise, maybe you're wrong.
What?
The victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded. It creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, counsel? The defendant's lows, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claim that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains.
The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Ash, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear. They clearly remembered seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, the memory of events is correct. Their testimony reveals the truth. There was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party you have yet to identify. The victim's blood was on that passenger's hands. Both of them.
And who was this third party?
I don't fucking know. Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary! Order, order, order! Exactly how you postulating.
The defense's postulation is just that. Nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused.
When elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out the faces.
Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though.
Yes, that's right. Both drinks were most certainly hatted. I do tend to notice such things, sir. And what particular styles of hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First?
I don't remember, sir.
Sombreros.
Hmm.
I'm afraid I don't remember.
You know what would be a better hat for this man? For this man. Oh.
Dunce cap.
Huh?
A dunce cap.
Oh, well, I wasn't quite going in that direction. What's his exact name? Lady First? He should have a fedora. Milady, milady, milady.
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 A lobster.
Lobster. Comes full circle.
You call yourself a hatter? Have you seen his hat?
The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin.
How can you be sure?
Because if there had been, the accused Mr. McGilded would undoubtedly have offered to depose the fact. Unless it is, you're proposing an even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed even to notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled.
Yeah. That's right. There was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the Omnibus. It's inconceivable that Mr. Gilded would have been unaware of it. Order! There's clearly a simple solution to this problem.
Bring the accused, Mr. McGilded, to the stand.
Well, what say you, counsel?
The prosecution objects, my lord.
On what grounds?
As a suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police.
But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely?
Magnus McGild is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act.
Counsel of the defense, what is your opinion? My lord? Should we ask Mr. McGilded to testify or not?
I don't know. Maybe we should. Maybe we shouldn't. But I think this might be a good place to stop it because it's kind of... What's the word? It's not a middle of a sentence thought. It feels very... I can't word, Soph. I can't use my words. The vocabulary has left my brain. It feels very like... It's
like
not...
a scene change?
Yeah, and it's very clean cut. Like, we're asking him to testify or not. Versus like the thought in the middle of a, I guess a conversation, right? That's ongoing. But can I even say it? Hold on. Plus sign? No, go back. There we go. There it is. That's the save button. Okay. Hit this here and hit a save here. Hello. Not normal. Welcome in. Unfortunately, you've come at a terrible time as we are wrapping up stream. It is quite late for me. But thank you for stopping by. Nice to see you around. I hope to see you around again another time. But yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up here for tonight. I know we are on a cliffhanger, but alas, I do have work in the morning, so I must get to sleep soon. Let us see. Let's see what we have going on. Anybody even on the question? Looks like Ari's on in the Star Rail. Let's see. One would assume that she would probably be up for a while, but...
You just started like an hour ago.
Yeah. Okay, cool. That's great. That's great there, so we'll go ahead and read out to Arya. But yes, how do I end stream? I don't know, it's been like over a week. How do I do anything anymore? Nobody knows. I don't know. Okay, people may know. I don't know. But yes. So, I'm going to go ahead and...
I was gonna be like,
oh my gosh.
Secret.
Mute. I can't, Arya, please, I can't have you talking in the background. I can't think. Oh, okay. Focusing. Tired, but we're focusing. So, ending stream for sure tonight. We're going to raid out to Arya, who is playing Honkai Star Rail, it looks like, and new stuff. So, definitely cool. I don't have a raid message, so we'll just send our love over to her. One of the things I need to work on, but I've had
too many other life things going on that raid message is not an important thing that has been needed to be contemplated in the last few weeks. But yes, so what else do I see? What else do I say? So today is Wednesday. Our next stream is going to be on Friday. Next stream I'm going to be doing is going to be on Friday. I'll actually be doing quite a big collab. We'll be doing Goose Goose Duck. I almost said Gut Gut Deuce. Not a great game. It sounds pretty yuck to me. Goose Goose Duck. Hmm?
What the deuce?
Yeah, with a deuce. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, we'll be doing a Goose Goose Duck collab with a bunch of other people on Friday, which will be at 9 o'clock Eastern time. You can check out the schedule for the week too, because I also have some stuff planned for Saturday and Sunday as well. The schedule will be found on Twitter, which is linked in the pinned list below. If you want to follow me there, it's the best place to keep up with what we're doing for the week. I post my schedule for the week, and also if anything needs to be changed and stuff like that, that will be posted there as well. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Thanks for hanging out, Soph. It's been a long time. We've spent 8 hours. 8 hours today. I didn't realize it got so late. Like, I knew it was getting late. I didn't realize it had been so long though. Yeah. Damn, bro, I missed the entire stream. I know, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. If you come around next time though, or again, check Twitter. We do Ace Attorney weekly, so if you're into Ace Attorney stuff, we will be scheduling something again next week. And Twitter is the best place to see when to tune in to check it out. But yeah. So, I hope you guys have a good rest of your night. I will see you guys around next time. And this has been Michio signing off. Until next time. Bye guys!
Bye.